What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout clash.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Does exactly that. May not be the worst guide for him. In fact, it was the perfect guide for the Cypriot, who brings it back to 2-1. Delightful from David. Gets himself on the board.
How to run 10 flat.
James on the second leg, Darren Brown.
And Darren Brown is not putting a foot wrong here. Dare I say it. With a shot like this. Oh, how good is that? And COLLEY is closing in.
does exactly that. May not be the worst guide for him. In fact, it was the perfect guide for the Cypriot, who brings it back to 2-1. Delightful from David. Gets himself on the board.
How to run 10 flat.
Games on the second leg, Darren Brown.
And Darren Brown is not putting a foot wrong here. Dare I say it. With a shot like this. Oh, how good is that? And COLLEY is closing in.
COLLEY.
And then gets the tops. Another moment of brilliance from Kurt Parry. He'll do so excellently. Monday was all about Super Ted at the Super Series. Indeed it does. Good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here from the live lounge in Portsmouth, where the second day's worth of action is about to get underway. Ted Evitts has a 4-point lead at the top of the table. We're watching all of the action today in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson. Yesterday, Ted Evitts, yes, he was top of the table, but it's fair to say that Kurt Parry, statistically, was the player of the day.
Yes, we can say that because Kurt was bossing a lot of the individual numbers and the accumulative average for the day. But Ted did the job, and that is what you've got to do. 2 weeks ago, we saw Lee Cox win 5 out of 5 on a Monday. Things changed on Tuesday. Ted will be hoping that that doesn't happen to him, but he's got to be wary that if he plays the same way as he did on Monday, other people will maybe be warmed up and find a way to bridge the 4-point gap.
That's the table then following the first day's play. Ted Evitts leads by 4 points. Kurt Parry, Rhys COLLEY and Darren Brown all on 6 respectively. In terms of Ted, what did he do so right yesterday to see him complete the card?
I know it seems really simplistic to say this, but he won 5 games. He won 5 different situations. He played 5 very different opponents, and he was able to use his experience, even though he's only 27, he used his experience very, very well. He was somewhat mystified yesterday, trying to figure out why he was on 10 points. And he mentioned that maybe he got a bit of fortune when in previous times he hasn't had that. I don't think that's the case. I don't think he's given himself enough credit. He was able to get 4 legs when his opponents weren't in those moments. So if you think about Kurt's best average of the day, he didn't do that against Ted. He did it against Wazuski. So Ted didn't have to play to the best degree against Kurt. He just had to beat him in game 15.
The good stuff was really good for Kurt. He won his first 3 matches, had 107 average in there. But will be disappointed about the way yesterday ended, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I think when you consider that you've got 6 points after 3 games, at this point you've got the best average of the day. You're the one that's most threatening. You've got the most 180s as well. You're thinking, if I walk away with 8 points here, I'm going to be disappointed, but walking away with 6, he's thinking, what on earth has gone wrong? Just lost a little bit of consistency with the first start towards the end of the day, and he's got a chance to put that right in the first game of Tuesday.
So they are the top 2 players in the group. Rhys COLLEY and Darren Brown also on 6 points. Let's have a look at the odds and see what the bookmakers think about today's action. They have Ted Evitts out as the 11-10 favourite, but if Kurt Parry can replicate some of the form, particularly at the start of the session yesterday, is 7-4 value.
I think these odds are perfectly fine. I think the way they've got them and the order, it's about as spot on as it could be, but it's very dependent on what happens in the first match, because when you consider that Ted is taking on Kurt, things can change very quickly, but there are multiple people who can potentially catch Ted today, and I think Darren Brown towards the end of yesterday was exceptional, really starting to churn, so if he can get a better start today, he could be a threat. 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. And the race is on for Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. You can be here on any given Saturday. Have a look at this.
And Saturday nights are becoming quite the affair here at the MODUS Super Series. The double start tournament resumes in a couple of weeks' time, and when we release the lineup, I don't think there'll be too many tickets left for that. Not too long after the lineup is announced. Game 1 of our session sees Ted Evans and Kurt Parry go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. The top two in the group. There's an opportunity here for Ted Evans to stretch a 6-point lead over Kurt Parry at the end of the first day's play. Super Ted has picked up a full complement of points from the opening day. The 27-year-old from Stockton finds himself on 10, whilst Kurt Parry must be wondering how he's only on 6. The 31-year-old from Ogmore Vale looking to make it through to a 5th final here at the live lounge in Portsmouth from just 6 appearances. Amazing to think that is how fewer times he has appeared in this particular competition. For Ted, this is his 5th crack at the MODUS Super Series, and his previous 4 appearances has only made the final on 2 occasions. It hasn't been the happiest of hunting grounds for him. Your referee, Owen Binks, from Colchester in Essex, world level official, calls Ted Evans to the board to get Tuesday's action underway. Evans goes off today as the 11-10 favourite to go on and win Group A. Kurt Parry, the 7-4 second favourite. And if the truth be told, these probably are the 2 hot runners going toe-to-toe in the first game of the day. And Kurt Parry illustrating exactly why.
I think yesterday was quite surprising in a lot of different ways.
100.
Considering Ted's record here at the MODUS Super Series in the last year, it was surprising to see him leading the table after day 1 because predominantly he hasn't started weeks well. So this is something he has changed already this week. But only 5 maximums from Kurt Parry yesterday. That was
60.
a surprise. But it was still the most of anybody.
140.
Somebody's getting out of the traps here. And Kurt Parry seems to have something akin to, not revenge, because that's too harsh, maybe settling the score in his mind.
Well, it's a fast start, all right. 81 left after just 9 darts to take out this opening leg.
43. Kurt, you require 81.
He had this spell, didn't he, early on in his game against David Wazowski. He had 11 darts in the opening leg of that match.
69.
Not going to have a 12-darter here.
Kurt, you require 164.
164. If he's going to take this leg out, you sense he may have to get the biggest check out of the week so far. And Kurt Parry begins the Super Series stare-down competition.
That's definitely a thing in 2025, isn't it?
64. Kurt, you require 12.
It's all Conan's fault. Double 3. And that's the problem with 12s, 6s and 3s. It's only a 3 breakdown. It's the same as tops. 20s, 10s, 5s. But if you think about 16s, it breaks down more than that. It means there's less jeopardy. At least Parry's coming back for double 6 this time.
Kurt, you require 12.
Back down to double 3 again, but this time he finds that Parry eventually gets the break in the opening leg. He had a dart when it's in 11. He gets it done in 17, but it doesn't matter. Any which way he gets that leg completed because he's done exactly that.
60.
He's mystified by that. All 3 darts very high. He is very dependent on getting a good first dart. When he gets that right, he is frightening. But when he's searching for that first dart, his game can get a little lost. There it is.
95.
And in the end, it's quite a bad visit for Kurt, who had most of the best numbers yesterday. He had the top average. He had the most 180s, like we've mentioned. He had the most ton plus finishes of 3.
97.
And without looking at the broad sheet of numbers, a lot of people knowing Kurt's game well would maybe have said, well, surely he wasn't top of the table because his doubles were lacking. He actually had the best percentage as well, at 40%.
But there is an argument to be had that when push came to shove,
60.
Parry wasn't able to be up to the task, because you look at the performances he put in and the performances that his opponent put in against him.
140.
Opening match, a 4-1 win against Reece Colley, who averaged 76. The second game, Dave Wazowski had one dart at a double, averaged 73. The third game, Taurus averaged 71, had one dart at double against him. And then when push came to shove, Darren Brown and Ted Evans were able to get the job done.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Parry against Darren was that he didn't get it finished. And Brown had one chance at the end to win the 7th leg, and he did it. Ted's got a chance at tops.
42.
Pulled it left by a good inch. So Parry can consolidate.
Game on the second leg.
And consolidate he will, and he'll want to prove that he's not just a fair weather player, is Kurt Parry. When the going was good yesterday, it was very good.
I'll tell you what he's on for in this game as well. It's something I don't ever recall anybody doing. It's what I like to call a compass. A tops, a threes, a sixes, and an 11. So it's north, south, east, and west. But he's going to have to leave double 6 and double 11 to have a perfect compass.
134.
I can hear Connor Scott writing down on his notepad right now. That's what I'm going to have to do at some point. He ain't going to do it here anyway. Not for at least a couple of years.
100.
Yeah, we wish Connor well. Great player. Great work ethic. And a lot can be learned from that young man.
140.
That if you dedicate yourself, there's a lot that is possible. And actually yesterday, Kurt Parry, when he posted that 107 plus average, had he been 4 out of 4 in the doubles, he would have equalised Connor Scott's best average at the MODUS Super Series last year of 120.24.
It's not quite 107, but Parry's put on a bit of a burst here. In fact, both players have got out the gate quite well. 98 the average for Kurt. Ted in excess of 90 himself has been restricted to just a solitary dart of the double. He took out the 144 to beat Kurt yesterday, but he's not going to find the big fish here to 82. Reduce the gap to 2-1. So Parry 127 for the double break and a 3-0 lead. Bull.
102.
Good try.
Ted, you require 88.
It might just be the bullseye for Ted. He does get double 14. But does he hit it? Oh boy, that is a wicked deflection. He's done a lot right there.
25.
It was just too violent to flick off the flight.
Knocked it off course. But Parry to put himself on course for a win. Look at a double 8 to put himself 3-0 to the good to get the double break. And now has the darts in his hand to get the job done.
4th leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
I don't think playing darts in the morning is going to be a problem for Kurt. He's had a young family pretty much his entire adult life. So being woken up early in the morning is not a shock. And back in Wales, he's got his little flock.
58.
Great bunch they are as well. And they should watch Daddy
60.
on the hockey and be very proud of him. He's a great player. He's an even better guy. He's genuinely one of the nicest people.
So softly spoken. A real gentleman is Kurt away from the hockey.
Well, they both are. They've both got impeccable manners. They're actually a credit not only to their families, their friends, but to the sport. The way they conduct themselves, the way they play.
Well, Ted yesterday was very kind in terms of his time to us. He said we've got a little bit of extra time to fill because of the early finish, and he stayed with us for a good 20 minutes or so. Parry. He's not going to complete the match here, but he's going to put himself in a great position to get the job done, leaving himself on double 16 after just a dozen darts to complete a 4-0 rout against Ted Evans, who has ran out of steam. Average at the moment in excess of a ton. Kurt Parry knew he needed to get off to a good start.
24.
3 match starts had come and gone, and he did miss opportunities to beat Darren Brown yesterday.
I think Everts knows
100
that the game could well be up.
Kurt, you're required.
Second visit to complete the match. To bring the gap to 2.
Game shot.
Well, Kurt Parry has
match.
got off to the
Kurt
perfect
Parry.
start on Tuesday. He knew he had to beat Ted Everts in his opening match of the session, and that is exactly what he's done. For Everts, it's his first defeat of the group, and in keeping with what happened yesterday, a 4-0 victory to kick off the session. Coming up after the break is David Wazutski up against Reese Colley. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Kurt Parry with an average of 95.5. Got the better of Ted Everts by 4 legs to nil. That completed the first match of the session. Game 2 sees David Wazutski and Reese Colley go toe-to-toe here on the live lounge stage. An opportunity for Reese to move on to 8 points in the group, and a couple off for Ted Everts at the top, whilst Dave Wazutski will need a big day today. The 48-year-old from London looking to make it through to his 5th final in 8 appearances here, up against the 25-year-old from Dudley. Reese Colley, former weekly winner. That came around about this time last year. In his previous appearances, 5 finals from 9 appearances. He's featured in every single MODUS Super Series to date. And for this pair, it'll be a case of kicking on following yesterday's exploits. For Reese, well, it was rather consistent for him. 84-74 the average over the course of the day. For David, he'll be looking for more. But for Reese, it's an emotional day for him today. He'll be playing with an extra bit of motivation, an extra bit of fire in the belly. You can see on the collar on the back of his shirt the date 18th of February. 55. Today is the memorial of his granddad, who made a great deal to him. He actually has a bracelet on his non-throwing hand this week as 100. A tribute to him. A real big part of his darting career to date, and we'll have that as a spurred-on
86.
Motivation today. And I'm sure that his granddad's watching down and very proud of what Reese has achieved in his career.
Yeah, everything to date, because there's still more to do.
100.
He's only a baby. He's only 25. His best days are ahead of him. But he's got a great foundation. And
99.
Without getting too deep into the subject, I think everybody needs a good role model at the very start. We've spoken to James Hubbard.
45.
He had his dad, Vic.
100.
England international. Reese had his granddad. I had my granddad. And
80.
As we see Wazzy miss a couple of darts for the first leg, there are people out there who have Wazzy. He's been a mentor to young stars in his area
55.
for years.
Required 20.
People need these kind of mentors. It's important for the future.
No score.
Well, that might not hurt him.
160.
But you never know, because yesterday, Collie did have a 160 against Wazzy.
56.
Well, to take the opening leg, looking at double 20. 10. It was a day that didn't quite go to plan for David Wazowski did Monday, but the beginning of Tuesday is good as he pins double 10 to take a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Who was your mentor, Henry? I don't necessarily mean
58.
with darts, because you don't play. But as far as your mentor coming through journalism when in your teen years and your early 20s?
There was a few. I mean, I was very lucky that I had a fair few people under my wing. Ironically,
96.
one of them was somebody that you worked with last week, Niall McCorn, who helped me through when I was starting doing football work and helped me out with a few contacts and showed me the ropes. I remember one of my favourite mentor experiences was I had an hour on the phone with Martin Tyler, the football commentator.
100.
Lee Bradbury, who former Manchester City striker, former Crystal Palace striker, really good friend of mine. Family did a lot for me.
180.
He had Martin's number. He's good friends with Martin, and he put me on the phone for an hour with him. It was the most incredible hour, I've got to say.
So we all need those mentors, no matter what we do.
66. Reach for 149.
And because of that extra motivation today, Reese will want to perform. It did take him a little bit of time
55.
to get going yesterday.
155.
He may not have that luxury here on Tuesday. Doesn't like it. Bull's a good shot here. 25 off.
97.
Would have been good, but that's even better.
However, it could be rendered irrelevant if Collie could have taken out the 94.
54.
Not to be, and so Wazowski for the break and for a 2-0 lead, looking at 58. Looking up for tops. And looking in good nick. 2-0 to Wazzy. A win here would put him on to 4 points. And what it would do already is perhaps create a little bit of table separation where Everts and Parry will be on 10 and 8. Collie will be a little bit further detached, and Wazowski will be looking up towards a potential Group B spot later on in the week.
81.
Wherever you look this week, there's peril. But you wouldn't expect anything less.
100.
There's no such thing as an easy group. But one thing that we have learned
140.
from that first game of the day is that this is going to be another week where nobody goes perfect through Group A.
57.
I wonder if that's going to happen in 2025.
I'm going to say something which perhaps may upset the apple
100.
cart here. I think it's less likely now than it ever has been.
I see what you're saying. I completely agree with you.
85.
For someone to win 15 games in a row from Monday morning to Wednesday afternoon is not likely.
60.
Add in a better strength and depth now as well. Makes that task a lot harder.
59.
So you come here and you have to learn
120.
to lose as well as win. And at the minute, Wazuski is learning to win.
100. Ratio require 160.
Another chance at a 160. Another chance slips by.
81. David require
Collie
20.
took that finish out in this fixture yesterday en route to a
Game
4-1
shown
win,
the
but it's
third leg.
3-0 here to Dave
David
Wazuski. His breakdown on tots and tens has been really good so far. The 3 legs he's won
Fourth
in
leg
this
is
match
Reece
have
to
been
throw
on
first.
either that
Game on.
combination. And for Reece Collie, well, he has got it all to do here.
125.
The timing on that third dart, his body was out of position. He was trying to rescue it, but it was already going left.
100.
It's like a golfer when they know it's going to be swinging from left to right in the air and they lean their body as if to say, well, if I just turn this way, it's going to turn. It won't.
100.
It's all about release point. If it's left of target, it's going to go left of target.
Reece is a king golfer in his spare time.
45.
Is he better than Hopai Pua, though?
I've never seen him hit a club.
I sincerely hope he's not
29.
hitting a club. He's supposed to be hitting a ball. And what is your specialised subject, Henry? No, Hopai is actually
78.
better than Scratch. He's the best golfer in all of the sport of darts.
140.
Sports journalism degree really did go to plan, didn't it?
He just didn't pay attention when it came to golf.
I don't think we had a golf.
You were more of a
100.
football,
Ratio
cricket and darts kind of guy.
107.
107 to save the match. He's got 6 from here to do exactly that.
75.
We actually had a part of the course where we had to report on a diving competition.
41. Ratio required
was the weirdest one.
32.
Was that a daily competition?
Awful.
28.
As is that.
David require
Wazuski back for
137.
137 to win this contest and to win it 4-0. And down for treble 19 to have given him potentially a couple of tops to win the match.
Did you see David actually apologise there because he didn't know what he had
91.
left? That's how much of a
Required
gentleman he is.
Game shown
Well
the
done,
fourth
Reece.
leg. Reece Collie.
No morning bagel for you. That really is something that you just don't see every day. He said, sorry, what have I got
David
left?
to throw first. Game on.
Most people in the sport these days, they just take the referee for granted and just ask them.
85.
Wazuski has just won my respect even more by apologising first there. Incredible.
Every single time I speak to
125.
David, he'll always come up, he'll shake my hand and he'll always say, good morning, sir. And he does it to everybody he's around. That's how much of a gentleman he is.
Do you know what they should be teaching in
60.
schools right now? Manners cost nothing.
55.
Don't worry, I'm not going to be a grump about it.
41.
Well, look at Reece here. He looks puzzled. He's not sure what's going on. Hasn't quite got his timing right. There's
55.
that third dart again, which he's trying to save because he's on the move.
Looks like he's forcing a bit too much, isn't he?
Yeah, he just needs to dial it back a little bit.
60.
Because of what we spoke about at the beginning of the game, is there an element of trying too hard and perhaps an element of panic has set in a bit?
44.
And I think he understands that he has this flaw where the darts veer left. We talked about it yesterday.
100.
He doesn't know how to fix it when it happens.
94. David, 155.
For the match, 155 for David Wazowski. Not going to go on this particular occasion.
97.
Picks off a
Richard,
triple with the last dart to
128.
leave himself a single to double if the 128 isn't got.
And it doesn't get got.
92. David,
And
requires
the 18s will be the focus of Wazzy now, as he looks to start the day on fire.
38.
But this time, tops doesn't work out for Wazzy. And so Collie, to bring it back to 3-2. Remember, he
Game
trailed
shown the
3-zip
fifth
in this match. And Collie's finding a route back into proceedings. The match is back on throw, back to 3-2. And he has the darts here to take us all the way to a last leg decider, of which yesterday we only had 2 of.
85.
Collie is scrapping here. And to his credit, he's doing a pretty good job.
41.
His first game yesterday, he only got 1 leg and didn't play well. He'd play better from rounds 2 towards round 5.
43.
So we're identifying that he maybe isn't a morning player. Not everybody can be like Tommy
100.
Morris or Kurt Parry. I think it just goes to show, if you want to be a better dart player at 9:30 in the morning, have some kids.
26. $60.
On another subject. These two are probably sick of the sight of each other this morning because they're actually sharing a house
100.
with one another. They're staying in one of those Airbnb type things.
56.
Now, Wazzy has slowed down scoring-wise in this one. He's running a bit of a risk of being drawn into
100.
a bit of a battle royale here. And somebody might be thrown over the top rope in the next 5 minutes.
60. Richard, 147.
Well, how this game has dramatically swung. It looked like Wazowski had full
59.
control of it, but Reece Colley, to his credit, yesterday was nowhere near what we'd say was his peak level, his top level, but was able to conjure up points where it didn't look like it was
64,
going
which
to be
required 88.
possible. And he's on here for this 88 to take us all the way to a last leg decide if he can find double 14.
71.
That was really low, and
David
Wazowski's
Maguire,
taken this out
120.
this week.
That double 14 was actually online, but it was just under-delivered by a good inch.
42. Richard, requires 17.
17 left. You don't see that every day. He thought that was good. He thought that was good as well.
Richard requires 70.
I think we all did in the air.
And by not taking out that 17, Reece Colley could be going under. He's missed the big number. He's
38.
allowed
Reece
Colley
required
another 3 to make
16.
it 3-3.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Well, that
Reece
squeaked in.
Colley.
3-3 wasn't convincing by the furthest stretch of the imagination.
7th and final
But
leg.
Colley
is
won't
David
care.
to
We
throw
are back at an
first.
even
Game
kilter.
on.
And we go all the way in our second match of the session.
81.
These are difficult legs to win if you're David. You were 3-0 up, and now you've got to win the last
44.
leg to make sure that you don't feel terrible leaving the stage. Ask anybody who's been in this situation where you've been 3-0 up and you're
100.
running a risk of losing 4-3. It is not a nice feeling at all.
85.
You see what he's trying to do? He's trying to stay
43.
straight. He's trying to tone down in a pressure situation. If he wins and gets to 4 points, he's only 2 points
57.
behind Brown and Colley.
60.
This time very straight. And with an advantage of 98 points, is it enough?
58.
The ball very much now in what he's caught. 6 starts on 2-1-7 to get the job done, to complete a 4-3 win, to get what will be only his second win of the week, but a dry turn there has left the door ajar here for Reese.
59. David, you require
A
157.
scrappy, tentative last leg.
That's a valuable treble.
99.
Gets him to 58 again. Correct me if I'm wrong, Henry, but I think he's left 58 in this match 3 times.
81.
Off
David
a treble
require
19.
58.
18 for tops. Double 10.
53.
Well, that was wild.
170.
And Reese Colley could hit David with his biggest finish of the week so far. Mazuski took out the 117 yesterday. Colley cannot net. And so David, to get over the line, is looking at double 2. Now he's in the madhouse.
No
and that
score.
is 6 starts
Reese
for the
required
match that's been
36.
missed by Wazzy. And Colley's going to get his opportunity.
Game
And he
shot
takes
of
it
the match.
from 3-0 behind.
Colley.
Reese Colley reels off 4 legs on the spin to get the better of David Wazowski by 4 legs to 3. David will wonder how he's lost that match. 6 missed darts and a double to get over the line. But Colley scrapping away, chipping away, and picking the points up to move him on to 8. Coming up after the break is Hector Stilianu against Darren Brown.
$54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Reece COLLEY got the better of David Wazowski by 4 legs to 3. It wasn't a classic, but COLLEY will be happy with the points that he picked up in that particular contest. It moves him on to 8 in the group, and Darren Brown can join him there, and effectively it would mean that the top 4 will be completely separated from the bottom 2. He's up against Hector Stiliano, the southpaw from Cyprus, the 27-year-old Trojan from Limassol. Very much a learning experience for him this week. We'll talk a little bit more about his story as the day develops. Up against Darren Brown, the 42-year-old from Norwich, making his debut in this particular competition. Very steady day as far as he was concerned yesterday. And all of the day's action will be watched in the company of myself, Henry Deacon, and the 2010 Players Champion, the asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me. Torres will talk a little bit more about his story as the day goes on, but he was the first to admit this is all a learning experience for him. He's never done anything like this before in his career.
Here's the thing.
60.
In order to improve, you've got to go somewhere where you're going to play better players. And you've got to somehow figure out how to improve by getting good advice. You speak to young kids these days who might go to a WDF event, an ADC Vault.
125.
You've got to start somewhere. And it just so happens that Hector Stiliano has had the opportunity of coming
96.
here. I don't think he's under any pressure, but he will get an inordinate amount of experience this week.
43.
Think about what it used to be like back in the early 2000s or even further back. If you wanted to get a game
95.
on television, in front of cameras, live around the world, you had to travel for more than 12 months just to get that opportunity.
140.
15 games in Group A. What's looking like 10 more games in Group C. He's going to get the amount of
91.
experience that someone would take
133.
years to get 20 years ago.
And there'll be people that moan, yeah, but they're short course matches. Well, if you add up the matches in a day and the match time you'd be on stage,
59.
you'd have to win a match at the Lakeside to be able to play that amount of legs, most likely. And even then, half of the time you couldn't watch that live. It'd either be on the red button or it'd be on a pre-packaged highlight show. This is a big opportunity, this, Victorious, and this is something that the ADC Europe are giving to players from different regions, from different parts of the world. And the first day's experience is seemingly doing Victorious the world of good, because instantaneously, that was so much better.
Game on.
Yeah, 17 data. But he's up against Darren from Norwich, who
140.
definitely got better as the day went on. I think a lot of people tend to forget that he's on debut. But he's got a bit more experience than his younger opponent.
60.
It doesn't look like there's 15 years between them, but there is. And have a look. Oh, it's another player from East Anglia who can play good darts. Incredible hotbed that nobody seems to talk about.
It's kind of in that part of the country which just feels a little bit detached to
43.
everybody else, doesn't it? Mainly because of its locale and its regionality, but so many good players from that part of the world. The likes of Darren Webster we've seen there, obviously. The boys from Ipswich, James and Josh Richardson. Of course, Kevin Painter, big Ipswich fan.
43. Darren Everett, 170.
Yeah, James Hubbards from just outside Norwich. He's a former world youth champion.
40.
And we've seen him a couple of times over the last few months. He's someone you should watch out for because he won a vault recently. Played some really good stuff.
57.
I hear Tony Newell won a vault last night. Congratulations to the Bear from Cumbria.
58.
Is that bit of commentary from Dad Dawson still surfacing around the internet where he sung Tony the Bear?
44.
We'll
Darren
come back to
McQuire,
that.
72.
We're about to see the end of leg 2, and we just
Game
have
shown
with a
the
72
second leg.
checkout,
Darren Brown.
and we've gone nearly 4 minutes without Henry Deacon making a
Third leg is
Darren Brown
Victorious to
joke.
throw first. Game on.
As if by magic, it's 1-1. I think, slightly off topic, one of the best pieces of commentary done somewhat off script was when Anton Östlund played in Hungary a couple of seasons ago. After he'd been here, winning a weekly title, Dan Dawson actually said he's the first person to play on the European Tour who's actually got a song on Spotify. And then he proceeded to play the song.
99.
Absolutely brilliant. See, dart players can be famous for many different things.
78.
What they do on the dartboard, what they do off the dartboard, what they can do with the guitar.
$56.
That's what Darren is saying. A lot of his darts is localised these days. Does play the Challenge Tour and the secondary PDC circuit. So actually,
125.
I actually asked him earlier on this morning, how much darts are you playing at this present moment in time? And he kind of joked me to say, probably too much at this present moment, playing a lot of stuff,
81.
keeping the arm in, and
157.
is playing its awards here, most definitely. And if he can move on to 8 points, he could be a dangerous contender today.
Yeah, it's a good scene.
72.
East Anglia always has had a good scene. I think it's been overshadowed somewhat by other parts of the country
33. Darren McQuire, 85.
that have had the headlines. 20 for the ball. I like the fact that he went for the big 20 as well.
32.
He didn't gamble there. It didn't pay off, but I like the approach.
Victorious is doing something here that he was unable to do yesterday.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, that's the first that he didn't manage to do yesterday, and that was pick up multiple legs in a match. But what he's doing here is he's leaving himself on something after 15 darts, which isn't a bad measure at this level. Basically, what he is saying to Darren, okay, you might outscore me for large sways of the leg, but you're going to have to get the job done, because I'm going to leave myself handy if you don't.
Some people don't have that innate ability of scoring the way that someone like Kurt Parry does, for example. So how do you counteract that threat? You have to be consistently
96.
getting 1 or 2 trebles per visit. And then when you get a chance, you take it. When we see
60.
a new player come through these doors, one of the first things I want to see is what stacking method they have for scoring at treble 20 and beyond. You look at Darren, very simple. Wants to attack it, and he wants to stack underneath. I'm still trying to figure out what Ectorus is trying to do. It's a very neutral angle. He might not even know what stacking method is best for him. Some people
98.
don't.
Well, we also mentioned, didn't we, like the other week when we were sat here when Andreas Nicolau was playing here, that there's not the type of coaching, there's not the infrastructure that we have over here that we probably take for granted that's available in Cyprus. So I think for a lot of players like Ectorus, they've not been given any coaching, any guidance.
84.
Everything they do is what they have naturally done themselves. It's all been organic.
I'm going to dig into what it's like in Cyprus for dart players, because
80.
that's a fascinating subject. Double 10.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Picture perfect from
Brown.
Darren to get us level at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's
Now, I know there's
Ectorus to throw
quite a
first.
big
Game on.
military presence in Cyprus. They have an Air Force base there, which name escapes me right now, but I do know it.
43.
But I believe that darts has actually been recognised as a sport by the British military
95.
very recently, with the help of Zara Durrant. So that is something that might spread from the UK
60.
to other places around the world that may have bases. This could be the start of something huge.
58.
And one of those things might just be Cyprus.
We should fly out to Cyprus and do a documentary during one of those ADC European events.
100.
Do they hold ADC European events in Cyprus?
I have a Southern European tour held in Cyprus and Greece. I reckon we
140.
could sneak a documentary series out there. I'm not talking about the weather or anything being nice.
I don't believe you.
41.
I tell you where I would want to go back to do a doco on darts, Iceland.
121.
I had the privilege to meet Ingebjorg Magnusdottir last year. And she gave me a tour of one of the darts venues in that country that actually holds the Iceland Open.
100.
It was breathtaking.
87.
Now, another shot at the bull has been rejected.
55.
That's an interesting play, but
157.
it looks like it's the right one. And it proves to be the case.
Well, statistically speaking, Ettore Stiliano is more
100.
likely not to
Required
take it out
32.
than Will. So statistically speaking, when there's more chance of missing the bullseye than hitting,
Game
the
shot, the
percentages
fifth
will
leg.
say that that was the
Darren
correct
Brown.
play and the perfect execution from Darren Brown. A cracking break for him. He leads 3-2.
Sixth flag, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
By the end of yesterday, he was putting in performances that were quite eye-catching.
57.
He beat Stiliano by 4-0, averaging 93.94, which is 64 darts
81.
for 4 legs. That's the kind of performance that can get you a long way through a week like this.
59.
But it wasn't just that. He was the first person to beat Kurt Parry. And he did that a very different way.
81.
Took it to a last leg decider, was able to finish it off when he got the chance. Funnily enough, with an 80 checkout, which we've already seen in this game.
41.
Well, the early indications are Taurus looks as if he's going to be more competitive today. If he can
60.
stick to this level, whether it'll be enough for him to get over the line in a match, possibly not. But Taurus said to me earlier that he's not judging his success this week based on the wins he gets.
81.
He's judging it based on the performances he can put in and the competitiveness that he can provide in matches. And ultimately, this is a learning tool which he hopes he can take back to Cyprus and not just make him a better player, but improve the overall
43.
standard in the country.
So he's thinking about it intrinsically. It's an internal feeling that's more important than the goal itself.
61.
He's more worried about how he plays, not what he achieves. And I think that's exactly the right thing to do. There are way too many players in this world
43.
who are motivated by money and trophies instead of the actual work they have to do and improving on how they feel in game.
96.
He's going to use the 19s to try and get to 60 points here. He doesn't get there.
95. Darren
And the
McConnell,
problem
106.
with scoring 95 is that you leave an awkward-looking 98. But it might be a shot he doesn't even get a look at.
Double 18
88.
would have been
George
for the
McConnell,
match. He took the
98.
106 out yesterday, did Darren Brown, and able to do so on a second occasion this week. And so Stiliano looking at 98 to take us all the way. Cannot find the treble 19, which would have given him a dart at tops. And so Brown, double 9 for the match.
38. Darren require 18.
Well, the Brown in snooker is worth
Game
4
shot and
points.
the match. Darren Brown.
And it's 4 legs for Darren Brown on this occasion once again. And he may just be a difficult person to displace in the middle of the table. He might be in a dogfight for Group B, but he is not out of the question for topping the group because he's only 2 points behind now after beating Hector Stiliano by 4 legs to 2. And round 1 is over, so now we have a look at Everts against COLLEY in game 4.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 3 games in, 3 wins on the right-hand side of the draw bracket. Kurt Parry, Reece Colley and Darren Brown, the opening winners of the day. And so that means that Ted Everts is still top of the table on 10 points, but he's got company behind. Kurt Parry, Reece Colley and Darren Brown now all within 2 points of him. Dave Wazowski and Hector Stiliano have been cut adrift even at this early stage of proceedings. So next up for us here at the Live Lounge reports, if it's a meeting between Everts and COLLEY. And for Ted, you feel like this is an important game just to get himself back in rhythm, back in stride. We saw a similar situation to this last week when Danny Van Tripe had won his opening 4 games, lost back-to-back to Richie Housen, lost the game after, and then he found himself in trouble. Admittedly, Ted, of course, did complete the card yesterday. But if he loses this one, then he is going to be precariously lurking over his shoulder. COLLEY will be on 10 points, and there'll be a guarantee that one other will join that pair on that mark because Parry takes on Brown in the game thereafter.
I don't mean to make too many puns in this game, but I think if I were Ted right now, I'd embrace the chaos.
60.
Enjoy the battle. You've had a good day yesterday, but You've lost your first game, but embrace the chaos. As everybody knows, Ted is a qualified chef. So what does he do with a COLLEY? Just beat it.
100.
Well, these two know each other really well. There's only 2 years between them, so I am sure that they have played each other many, many
57.
times in youth events and in events growing older. That's the thing. You've got to play players from your local area, but also from neighbouring counties as you get more experience. Stockton is a place in Warwickshire that is surrounded by big towns.
85.
It's actually classified as Stratford-on-Avon,
96.
which is very famous for a lot of different reasons, isn't it? Some guy called Bill lived there about 500 years ago.
180. Reach for 105.
Well, there's 15 of them. But he doesn't get the treble he wanted to have a shot at the outer ring. And Ted will,
49.
courtesy of the max.
45.
For the break, and just to get himself going for the day, be his first leg of the day. He was
Game shot on the
blitzed by
first
Kurt
leg.
Parry in the
Ted
opening match of
Everts.
the session. But Everts on the board, 1-0 to the good, and he
Second
has
leg
a
is
breaker
Ted to
throw
throw
in hand.
first. Game on.
Yeah, Stockton is surrounded by famous places in Warwickshire. Coventry to the north, Rugby to the north, Daventry to the east,
45.
Banbury a little bit to the south. So he's in the middle of lots of big places. It's probably a
60.
nice place to be, out of town, but very commutable to lots of darting activities.
As for Ted, I actually bumped into him in the
95.
hotel car park this morning as I was drawing up ahead of today's session. And
140.
as bright-eyed and as bushy-tailed as one can be at 7:30 in the morning, he said, breakfast first. And for a man that can cook up quite the culinary treats, it was very interesting the type
100.
of shop that he went to get said breakfast.
You don't know much about chefs, do you? People who cook for a living
93.
tend to eat poorly. You ask any chef what they'll do after a shift. My brother is a qualified chef and has been for 35 years. You wouldn't believe how many
57.
pasties he went through in his life as a chef. What's the last thing you want to do when you get home? You don't want to get the saucepans out, do you?
A little bit like how you could be a
50.
qualified barber but never cut your own hair.
I wouldn't say that to Ryan Meikle. He's never had a hair out of place in his entire life. But I get your meaning.
Well, COLLEY here looking to level this
58.
contest up at one apiece,
Reach
looking at 158.
158.
May have 6 from this mark. Another one of them. Doesn't go. He now hopes that Everts is
84.
unable to
It
take
require
out the 146.
146.
Off target. So COLLEY should be getting a dart to equalise here.
46.
As long as he
Reach
doesn't
require
make
74.
a big mistake, he can still rectify on the ball.
36.
But that's
require
off the
100.
mark. But Everts couldn't really make a mark, only leaving himself on a ton after the previous turn. But he's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double top. 2 10s.
80.
Clips the wire.
Reach
COLLEY gets
require
another
38.
opportunity to see this leg through.
Game shot on the second leg.
I get the
Reece
feeling
COLLEY.
that COLLEY needs to go for lateral doubles early in the
Third
morning.
leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
He's better at getting the weight of dart early, but the line, not so much. So things like 19s and tops maybe 18s.
60.
They might serve him better early in the morning. But as he gets his line better throughout the day, your double 8s and your double 10s and your double 6s will come a little easier, I think.
99.
He's wearing his Aston Villa colours today, as he does most days.
60.
Chances in the Champions League? Quite bright?
I think they've got a really good chance of a quarter-final, potentially depending on draw semi-final. I really do think they can go deep. And they've got a manager in Unai Emery that, if you look at cup competitions and his pedigree in them, there's not many better than him. You look at his record in the Europa League. 4 times he's won that competition in his career.
45.
He won a hat-trick with Sevilla, and then he had a good evening against Manchester United in 2021 with Villarreal, who are actually the Spanish football team I support.
60.
When we were at school, we used to have a European team, and Villarreal of Spain were the team that I chose.
Give me the shovel.
40.
You're not digging your way out of this one. You can't support a Spanish team. You're from England. You support Portsmouth, don't you?
I do support Portsmouth, but
It's like those people who say they've got a second team. No, I'm not having it.
94.
No. Let's move on. He hasn't got a second team, has he? He supports Villa.
what about fans
41.
of Dagenham and Redbridge?
Don't care. If you support Dagenham and Redbridge, you support them. You don't support anybody else.
Yeah, but they've got to support 2 clubs at the same time.
100.
We're going down a wormhole here, Henry.
155.
Now, is it double 19 again? It almost was.
99. Ted, you require 90.
The trick here is to stay straight and get a shot at the bull. I knew he was going to hit the treble 20 as soon as I said that. And that's the jeopardy.
82. Which require 56.
Wow, he says. Cannot believe how wide he pulled that from the
Game shot
mark.
the
And
third
Reece
leg.
Colley beginning
Reece
to make a
Colley.
mark. 2-1-2 the goods. He was 1-0 down in this contest.
Flair against Ted
But
to
the man
throw
from
first.
Dudley has reeled off
Game.
2 on the spin to turn the tides around early on in the contest. And for Ted Evans, as perfect as yesterday was, is as disastrous as today could begin to come if he loses 2 in a row. Please looking to buck the trend.
180.
Fires in a max. Still not overly enamored with his display. Mentioned yesterday, despite completing the card, he felt like he was nowhere
100.
near his top level.
Do you know what? When Ted hits a 180 like that, you wonder, how does he miss? Well, he isn't.
180.
Super Ted by name. This would be a super shot from Super
135.
Ted
Ted, you require 100
for a Super Series 9. He was trying to do an Adam Mould there, wasn't he?
105.
Great leg. But when he gets it right, when he gets that release point right, gets the rhythm right,
29.
it
Ted
is one
required
of the
36.
best darts throws in the world anywhere.
Game
And that
shot
10
number
darter is
4,
the
Flair.
best leg of the week.
Ted Evans.
Absolutely astonishing. He looks lost.
The Flair gets Reece
He's
to throw
wondering,
first.
why am I not doing
Game.
that on a more regular basis? We don't know Ted. From our point of view, it looks incredible when you do it.
100.
But there is sometimes a sense with Ted that it can be a little bit all or nothing. You could put in a spell and a spurt like this, but then there could be other occasions where he can just be a
99.
little bit off the boil. And it's that consistency which he's trying to find on a more permanent basis.
Here's the key to consistency
90.
because everybody's looking for it. When you have a moment like this, ask yourself, what am I doing right? The rhythm from Everett is perfect.
99.
Stick with that. But he did say to us yesterday at the end of the show that he did have a little bit of insecurity
140.
with his grip. Whatever he's figured out in the last couple of legs, remember it and use it.
133.
Well, he's beginning to hit Reece Colley where it hurts, but in fairness to Chaos, he's trying to keep as much pace as
82.
possible. And on throw has left himself on a 2-darter after a dozen. He's effectively forcing Everts here to take out the big fish, and he might. He could. He will!
Game shot the 5th leg.
A supersonic shot from Super Ted to hit Reece Colley where it hurts.
6th leg, it's Ted to
Oh,
throw
if this is a
first.
cartoon right now, Reece
Game
Colley
on.
has got birds floating around his head. Incredible.
The last 2 legs, Ted Everts has had a 10-darter and a 170 finish. He is going through the gears and he's
97.
beginning to blow Reece Colley away.
22 darts for the last 2 legs.
134.
But he's still only 3-2 up. There's a job to complete. He looks dialed in right now. I'm nicking that phrase from the
85.
golf commentators, but we should use it more often. He is properly dialed in.
58.
When you're this focused and you're hitting this many treble 20s and
59.
shots out, you love the sport.
And I think that was one of the key takeaways from the conversation we had with
80.
Ted yesterday. Is I think he's trying to find a way to really rekindle that love for the sport. And when you go through the difficult spells, when you lose your tour card, it could be very easy to see that once love for the game just begin to evaporate. But I think he's trying to find that
85.
real happy medium in terms of where he wants to be in the sport. He has ambitions to be on the tour, but he's found where he wants to be at this present moment in
100.
time.
There's no point saying to yourself when you wake up on a Sunday morning, oh, there's a Pro Tour event or 2 in Rosmar in the next couple of days.
99.
But I don't have to pack my bag because I'm not allowed to go. Use that as motivation. Another double 18?
111.
That might
Ted
be his
requires
final shot in this
76.
game as Ted looks to close this out with 56 more.
He lost his first game, found himself 2-1 down in this, and he almost
36.
rounded it off in some
Richard
style.
18.
But Colley has kept himself
Game
interested
shown
and
the
has
sixth
sent this
leg.
game to a last
Reece
leg. For
Colley.
all the brilliance of Ted Everts, over the
Seventh
past
and final
couple of
leg is
legs,
Reece
it's
to
rendered
throw
irrelevant
first. Game
because
on.
Colley has taken us all the way. It's a 1-leg shootout. If Everts wins it, he goes 4 points clear again. If not, he's got company on 10.
140.
Well, here's the thing from yesterday. Everts had a range which is top average to bottom average of 10.16. That's tight. His best performance was 90.51.
125.
This is better than that by 5 points currently. But if he walks away with a defeat, that means nothing.
85.
Yesterday, he was winning situations like this. If he doesn't win this situation, then we've got a real melee in the table.
100.
Look how much he wants it. That's great to see from a dart player who could easily be taking a visit to the MODUS Super
100.
Series for granted, but Ted doesn't. Winning is a good feeling, but sometimes you've really got to earn it.
And he has been forced to earn it here, and that's to Reece Colley's credit.
60.
And what he's going to get here as a result of that dry turn is 6 darts to win it. Forget about the 10 darter. Forget about the 170. You've got to do it over the course of 7. And Colley may be
97.
on the cusp of doing exactly that.
How good was that last dart? He gambled on dart 2, but went for cover on dart 3. It has worked. It may be the only shot he gets to take Everts out.
36, which requires 79.
It's 1 dart. And a double top, which has a dart in the way. But he finds it to the top corner. And despite the
Reece
brilliance in the
Colley.
middle of that contest on Ted Everts, Reece Colley has found a way to win. And that is back-to-back wins for the man from the Midlands. He had to ride his luck in both of them, but COLLEY with 2 4-3 victories is now level on points with Ted Evett at the top of the leaderboard. Coming up after the break, the lights and the stage will be set for Kurt Parry and Darren Brown. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw one of those games that if you watch you can understand how things have happened, but if you didn't watch it you'd scratch your head as to why. Ted Evett with a 10 darter to level the game up at 2-2, then had a 170 to make it 3-2, lost the match 4-3 with a 97 average against Reece COLLEY, who had averaged 9 points fewer. But COLLEY now moving on to 10 points alongside Ted Evett to the top of the group, and the winner of this game is guaranteed to be on the same haul as the players that occupy the top position in the table. It looks like it's going to be one of those Group A's that goes all the way down to the wire.
First.
And for Kurt Parry, if he loses this game and he finds himself 4th after everything he's done in this group so far, he will be scratching his head and then some.
40.
Well, here's one for you. If Darren wins this match, Ted will still be top
140.
after losing his first 2 games today. That's the same kind of stuff that was happening 2 weeks ago with Lee Cox.
60.
He had a day where people couldn't catch him. The same could happen.
44.
But the thing is, Parry, after winning his first game today against Ted 4-0,
96.
he does have a better leg difference than anybody in this group and a better legs one count if he wins this match.
97. $59.
I tell you what is a rare thing these days, a bit of an endangered species. A clean-shaven dart player.
100.
It's almost as if razors have become too expensive.
100. Only require
Cannot beat a
120.
good beard. Double top. Needs double 10. Razor sharp.
Shot on the
Razor
first leg.
sharp from Darren Brown.
Darren
The
Brown.
120 goes for the breaker throw, and he leads
Second leg is
1-0.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, might as well be the 70s again, where everybody wants to look like Chris Christopherson.
180.
Well, never mind your last comment, Henry. Razor sharp. How about razor glass?
100.
Darren did break one yesterday.
Well, he's not Stone Cold Steve Austin. He's not breaking glass on purpose.
81.
He's not going to break the glass ceiling in this leg either.
$60.
Yeah, the only person I know who has played under a glass ceiling in this project is Jared Cole, back in the 2020 playing at home days,
$60.
when he was part of some sort of experiment where he had to play when it was 45 degrees in his
82.
conservatory. And we wondered how he was still alive. Because we were all in bedrooms and trying to keep cool, and garages in the case of Scott Marsh. And there was Jared playing in a conservatory. It must have been close to 50 degrees in there.
35. Darren never quite 80.
Well, things are getting hot under the collar for Kurt. It's tops, but this time to end the leg.
60.
There was a
Darren never
lot
quite 84.
in the way there for Darren. Parry's going to have a clean bet at double 12. And we'll hope for a clean bill of health in this game. The
Game
double
shot on
six
the
is pinned.
second leg.
It's a break
Kurt
back for the
Parry.
Welshman. And we are level at one apiece.
Here's a thought,
Third leg,
because
it's Kurt to throw first.
we love Kurt's throw. From a position point of view, you look at certain checkpoints. You look at the elbow.
57.
You look at the stance. Stance is lovely, upright, slightly leaning forward, which is good. Right elbow, couldn't be any
100.
better. Drawback, doesn't go past the jawline, which means it's not too deep. It's as aesthetically pleasing
60.
as a throw can be, which puts emphasis on the rhythm of the player. And it reminds me a little bit
59.
of Jermaine Wattamina. In order to improve, sometimes you have to dial into the rhythm and figure out what works the best. Now, what you've just seen are
140.
3 darts thrown with perfect rhythm. And that's what he's got to focus on.
180.
Both players finding their groove here.
60.
Brown's got 6 on this one, 6-2 to get another break on the board.
By the way, Jared Cole has just told me that it got up to
39.
48 degrees in that conservatory. 48?
44.
Luckily, the swimming pool was out that summer, I suppose, just to cool off. 218 bull. He's already had the 120 in this match. And that
Game
was as
shot on the
easy as
third
1, 2, 3. This is a
Darren Brown.
finishing clinic from Darren Brown. His second tub plus
Fourth leg
checker
is
of the
Darren
match
to throw
to get his
first.
second leg of
Game
the
on.
match. He leads Kurt Parry by 2 legs to 1.
Well, at which stage do we start taking Darren seriously? Because I think we're at
43.
that point now, aren't we?
I was taking him seriously after the end of yesterday because I thought that he played well, but I thought there was another level in the locker, and he's proving it, showing it here. And he's showing it up to Kurt Parry at this present moment in time. Serving it up to the Welshman.
100.
Another day means another resplendent pair of Kurt Parry
58.
shoes.
I used to play darts with a guy at East Hartford Social Club in Northumberland. He was a guy called John Mullen.
58.
He had a great snake-like throw. His wrist would do all sorts of little things, but he always turned up and
60.
he looked impeccable every Monday night. And he used to wear shoes like that every Monday. Always a pair of finely pressed
100.
Farah trousers and a pair of shoes just like that. And his hair would be slicked back like it'd been used.
82.
You know, these guys used to use oil or chip fat to comb their hair over. John used to be like that. And
81.
there's just a little bit of old school about Kurt that you just have to admire.
Darren's already had 2
Round of
Tub Plus
190.
checkouts in this game. Is he going to have a hat-trick here? He may well do.
Don't talk to me about hat tricks. And just like that,
79.
Marmouche,
160.
the chance is gone.
Oh, my words. Well, Brown back for
85.
tops
Darren
to
number 40.
make it 3-1. Not
Gage
quite the
on the
Tub Plus
fourth leg.
checkouts of his first
Darren
couple
Brown.
of legs, but it puts into within a leg, beating Kurt Parry here.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Not to steal your phrase, but it's still a clinic. It's 3 out of 4. I think what Kurt is starting to realise is that
97.
not only is Darren hard to beat, but this group is far from simple. There are many players
140.
who can win this group as we approach the halfway stage. Everts, Parry, Brown, Colley.
59.
It looks like Rzuski and Stiliano are fully cut adrift.
95.
But genuinely, anybody in the top 4 can win this group over the next couple of days.
180.
Look at the glass half full, Kurt. There was nothing wrong with that. You couldn't leave a finish,
134.
but now you can.
99. Darren number 132.
He's left himself on a 2-darter, but can Darren Brown finish this game with his 3rd Tub Plus checkout? Cannot find the treble 19, which would have afforded him a poke at the ball. And so
64.
Parry,
Go
to
to
keep the
record
game
66.
going, is looking at 66.
Game shown the 5th leg.
Brilliant. He keeps
Kurt
shaking
Parry.
his head, but why? He's at a maximum in that leg. He's taken out 66 in 3.
6th leg, it's Darren to throw
Maybe
first.
he's just frustrated that this kind of form doesn't come out as much as he would want. But wouldn't you feel better by winning this game
100.
4-3 after being 3-1 down? You got to win different ways. You can't dominate everybody.
41. $58.
Just starting to lose the line a little bit.
135.
And he had trouble with the weight of dart in his first game, even though he won 4-0. Here's me saying he had the trouble with his weight of
59.
dart. He averaged 95. But it's true. His ceiling is better than anybody in this group
180.
by some distance.
When he gets going, he is a force to be reckoned with.
42. Go to record 145.
And he's got time on his side to take us all the way. Remember that in a lot of these legs, Parry had been dominating the score and exchanges. Dan Brown was forced to take out the couple of Tub Plus
105.
finishes that he had. Or that he's got in this game. And Parry's left tops after 12 to take us all the way. And he would have the darts with the
97.
Welshman.
Okay, you require 40.
Should we go to a last leg decider?
And we should. But look at
no
that.
score. Darren, you require 145.
Well, this would be the biggest one he's had so far. But the 145 isn't going to win in the match on this particular occasion. He's making a bit of a hash of this.
24. Okay, you require 40. Game
Gets
shot
it
the
this
sixth
time.
leg. Kurt Parry.
And he's got the throwback as well.
7th and final leg. It's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
This game proves that you have to win different ways. That 95
99.
average to beat Everts 4-0 looked, at times, lazy in a good way. Just able to stand up there and hit it.
100.
This has been workmanlike from both players.
58.
Professional job springs to mind, and whoever wins this particular contest would have done exactly that.
100.
One professional job to have got them 2 crucial points in this group. It'll be 2 points that puts themselves level with Reece Colley and Ted Everts at the top of this Group A
100.
table. Great last start there from Kurt.
It really was a great dart. One of those darts that he can find because of the long setup. With a shorter dart, you can't hit that 60 the way he did.
135.
First 2 are finished, but how handily can Darren leave this?
43. Okay, you require
Well,
109.
he leaves himself on a finish, but he leaves himself on 158. Parry may feel like he's got 6 for the match. He was hit by 2-ton plus checkouts, but he cannot win the match
Darren,
with a 3-figure finish.
158.
Well, in this fixture yesterday, Darren Brown did steal it at the death.
58.
Parry
You
knows
require
this.
40.
He can't afford to let it happen again.
He mismatched darts against Darren Brown yesterday and
No
lost
score.
4-3. It's the
Darren, you
same
require 100.
fate going to rear its ugly head once again for Kurt Parry. Darren Brown isn't going to get a match dart here. May not get a match
60.
dart at all.
Okay,
Parry
you
back for
require
tops.
40. Game
And this
shot
time
and
he
the
does
match.
get, and he
Kurt
avoids a
Parry.
almighty scare. Darren Brown pushed him all the way. He had to survive a couple of real big finishes, did the Welshman. He's not pleased with his performance, not one bit, but he'd be happy with the 2 points he's accrued there. It looked hard work, it looked hot and hard bother for him. But Kurt Parry beats Darren Brown in a last leg decider to move himself onto 10 points and to move himself to the summit of this Super Series group. We're off for a break, and when we return, it's going to be David Wazowski up against Ektoris Stilianou.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Gay
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
got out of the match, and the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Kurt Parry survived a huge scare from Darren Brown. The Welshman winning by 4 legs to 3 to move himself to the summit of the Group A table. For these two, well, they're detached from the top 4 in the field. It's all about, well, it looks like just getting themselves ready for Group C, even at this early stage on Tuesday. David Wazowski and Ektoris Stylianou, the Cypriot, up against the man from London. London against Limassol in our 6th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
First leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
I think Wazowski having a 3-game break after round 1 is a good thing, because that
81.
game hurt. 6 match darts, 3-0 up, lost 4-3 to COLLEY. Just go backstage,
30.
take 20 minutes off, get back on the board, just reset the head a little bit, because that stings when that happens.
95.
He has had a fair bit of time to think about that, or maybe get it out of his mind, because the games since
6.
that have gone 4-2, 4-3, 4-3. A much tighter affair on Tuesday compared to the action that we watched on Monday. We were out of here by the time Bargain Hunt
26.
finished on another channel.
I'll have to take your word for that.
180.
Victorious is playing better today. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt whatsoever.
97.
Well, as far as that 60's concerned, he's just flogged it.
Yeah, that's 5-15.
95.
You need to get out more.
$97. Victoria Shabak 100.
I like the idea from Wazzy there, trying to use the bullseye. Well, Torres did have a really good start in his first game, didn't he?
100.
But wasn't able to sustain that level. Does get a shot at tops.
Game
Oh,
shot
great
on the
recovery.
first leg.
That'll do his
David
confidence the
Wazowski.
world of good.
I tell you
Well,
what,
here's
some of the
Exor's
Tub
to
Plus
throw
finishing that we
Okay.
have seen in this group has been exceptional. Today we've seen 4 Tub Plus checkouts, including the big fish from Ted Everts. In terms of yesterday's action,
100.
10 Tub Plus checkouts over the course of the 15 games that we've seen. And they haven't necessarily all
24.
been tiddlers either. There's been some big shots that have been got. The 160 from COLLEY was got yesterday. The 144 ended the session for Ted Evans. The 170, the 120, the 123 and the 105. The checkouts taken above 100 today.
100.
Are you taking the big fish remark further, and you're talking about smaller ton plus checkouts as tiddlers now? You may be opening up a can of worms here, or should we say a tray of worms? But you know, big fish
100
is the singular and the plural, so it can be a big fish or some big fish. So if somebody gets 170 checkout again today, it would be the same wording. Now, that's not the first time he's done that.
140.
He's gone for the 19s. Yesterday, he nearly hit the double. Doing just that. I want to know if that was on purpose.
54. David Buck 100.
Because I would not be shocked if it was.
Tops. Where's that come from? David Wazutski. Back-to-back big checkouts, and he nails the 137 by hitting tops. That, quite simply, was spectacular.
3 words. Wazzy's on fire.
94.
Sensational checkouts. And double top is his best friend at the minute.
60.
You could probably make a YouTube compilation of all the big finishes that we have had in this group so far.
100.
And we probably will. We saw a bit of a clinic in the previous match from Darren Brown, but he only got
99
shots in the first 4 legs, didn't he? And that's the beauty of Parry's performance in Game 5. He did not afford Darren Brown another shot at a double after leg 4.
Restricting the opportunities his opponent had.
54.
Yeah, it's like keeping your opponents in their half of the pitch. Unless they do something like David Beckham did on Naeem by scoring from a ridiculous distance. But if you can do that in a darting sense, you'll win lots of matches.
Asmir Begovic, I believe, has the longest distance goal in Premier League history. The goalkeeper from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
That was the one where it bounced once and went in.
David requires 72.
Yes, it was against Southampton. I think Stoke won 3-1 that day. Wazutski looking at double 12. 3-0.
Third leg.
He ain't missing a thing.
David Wazutski.
And Ektoris is being pulled apart from pillar to post here, despite putting in his best performance of the week.
Yeah, this performance from David, don't call him Wazzy anymore. You might as well call him David Wazumski. He's going that quick. Begovic wasn't the first goalkeeper to score a goal, by the way, from his own half.
Paul Robinson did it. David Beckham, of course, famously did it.
Steve Grizovic.
120.
Coventry City.
Didn't Charlie Adams score from inside his own half as well?
Nah, but he's not a goalkeeper.
True.
41.
I'll tell you what, you've got me thinking. Who was the last goalkeeper to score in the Premier League?
45.
Nathan Aspinall. He used to be a goalkeeper.
Adam Paxton used to be a goalkeeper as well. Saved a penalty
85.
off of Phil Foden when he was at the Derby County Academy. Allison against West Brom.
57.
Remember the old glanced header? Gave him top 4 that year.
Yeah, but that was in the box. Not exactly from your own half, is it?
60.
Well, it feels as if Ektoris has got to score from his own half right now because he really is up against it.
100.
Solid. But if Wazzy leaves 115, you feel like he's going to take it out.
He's driving through the midfield and entering the
79.
final third as
Exposure
far as this contest is
136.
concerned. Both players leaving themselves on 136. Victorious to save the match is unable to take it out. And you'd fancy Wazuski's chances on this. He's already
60.
taken
David
out the
Brooke,
137, the 105. Is he going to round it off at a 136?
He could have gone double-double again.
100.
Could have gone 60, double 19, double 19. But in a little over 7.5 minutes, Ektoris is still trying to save this game. And he might not be able to.
33.
Because Wazzy's on for a 4 from 4.
Split, but
No score.
split is disastrous. And
George
so
Woodward, 43.
Victorious is going to get a chance at a double here. It's been one of his better performances, but he hasn't been able to make head or tails of anything so far. He's going to get one more double 10 and
James on
gets
the
a double
fourth
10
leg.
and gets himself on
Ektoris
the
Stiliano.
board.
Left-handers and
Vivek
double
against
10.
David to throw
A marriage
first.
made in heaven.
Game on.
But finishing a game off for Wazzy, this is the challenge
60.
right now. He was 3-0 up against COLLEY. He didn't get it done. He's already missed a match start in this contest. Just got to make
60.
sure you get more.
$58. $58.
You do sense that he's going to get shots. Is it going to be at the end of this leg or possibly the next?
41.
You can only really understand the feeling of being so close to the finish, then having to go backwards
60.
to have to go forwards if you've been a dart player in this situation before. Managing your emotions
60.
in these constant matches and in knockout situations as well, it's difficult. That's why some dart players, they enhance themselves by becoming robotic.
95.
And unfortunately, that actually can transcribe into personal lives as well.
140.
Oh, Wazuski looking to push forward here. His first two are finished to get the job done 4-1. Victorious looking to find a counter punch.
85.
He'll be disappointed
David
with the
Brooke,
last.
142.
Sees himself on a finish, but it should be more handy than 1-4-3.
64.
David's going to
George
leave
McGuire,
himself handy on
143.
78. Should get a match start if Victorious doesn't take out the 1-4-3. He's not going to. And so David to double up his win tally against the
25.
Cypriot.
David McGuire,
He's looking
78.
at 78 for the match.
Dart to tops. And a dart to
Game,
win.
shot, and the match.
No messing
David
around on this
Wazuski.
occasion. Ektoris just didn't have in his locker what Wazzy did, and that was fabulous finishing. But to be fair, Stiliano didn't get enough shots at a double. I think these two have struck up a bit of a kinship over the last couple of days, and I wouldn't be surprised if Wazzy is taking him under his wing and giving him a lot of advice. But unfortunately, Stiliano has lost twice to Wazzy now in 2 days. That's the end of round 2, and when we come back, the middle round of day number 2 will give us our halfway point of the group.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this Tuesday morning, and this is what we've seen up to press. Well, everything has gone one way or another in terms of the 2 rounds worth of play. The first 3 games were all won by the player on the right-hand side of the draw bracket. The second round of matches all won by the player on the left-hand side of the draw bracket. Let's have a look then at the table and see how things look, because it's very, very tight at the top. Parry, Everts and COLLEY all on 10 points respectively. Darren Brown, the closest challenger to them, on 8. Dave Wazowski and Hector Stiliani have been cut adrift on 4 points and no points respectively. For Darren, he can make it a 4-way tie at the top if he can get the better of his COLLEY in our 7th game of the session. We've reached the midway point here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And for Reese, he's won both his games so far today, and 2 contrived performances or slow out the traps, really scraped over the line against Dave Wazowski. Wise, he showed tremendous battling spirit against Ted Everts, where he had to evade a 10 darter, a 170 finish to eventually get over the line in the last leg decider. 4 out of 6 on his doubles, average of 88.5.
So by that token, he is getting better today and is amassing points very well.
First leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
But this is where, if you are 4th in the table, you don't want to allow people to get that 4-point cushion on you. If Darren loses,
140.
it's a guarantee that COLLEY will have a 4-point cushion going into the last 2 rounds today.
100.
Everts and Parry have got winnable games after this in round 3 as well. So
95.
there is a little bit of a danger that Darren, in the middle round of the group, could be cut adrift a little bit if he doesn't win this
41.
match. This is very important, just to stay in touch.
139.
I just wonder in this game whether Darren Brown may just have a little bit more reliability, because
36. Darren
Reese has
127.
almost been playing in moments at points a day. The good stuff's been good, but there's been a few legs where he's been off the pace, where Darren's kind of been
40.
ticking along at this same kind of pace all week long. 85 average first game, 87 second game. You know his doubling's going to be okay, and a couple of ton plus checkouts
60.
against
Darren
Kurt
McCall,
Parry.
87.
There seems to be a reliability about his game right now.
Yeah, I think even his
75.
lesser performances have improved as the games have gone on.
94.
Think about what he's done
Darren
today.
McCall,
87
12.
average, 86 average. He's pretty dependable. But not right now.
No score.
Now, this is what I was talking about.
170.
Big fish is 1 big fish. Big fish is 2 big fish.
127. Darren McCall, 12.
Lost it on the hook.
I think there was half a feeling he was going to take it because of his exploits on the bullseye yesterday, but what can Darren see of that? He sees enough.
Shot
That
the
was a
first
really, really
leg.
good dart. You can see
Darren
from that
Brown.
overhead angle there that he didn't have a lot of the bed to aim at the flight.
Second leg, it's Reese to
The
throw
second
first.
dart was in the
Game
way, but he managed to conjure up a way through, and he leads this game by a leg to 0.
He made that look really easy.
50.
Trust me, it wasn't. This is your first time seeing Darren Brown play it. And admittedly, I haven't seen Darren play for a good
96.
5 or 6 years. He's useful.
140.
His one trip to the UK Open, he lost to Paul Hogan at Minehead in 2018. I lost to Paul Hogan as well, so I
69.
know how he feels. But we really need to get the story about Minehead in 2018, don't we?
180.
What's the story of that? Reese COLLEY is starting to find better stuff.
140. Richard McCall, 131. $91.
Leads himself tops after 12. This is what we're talking about in terms of Reese COLLEY. The first leg felt a little bit off pace. He allowed Darren Brown 21 darts to complete it, and suddenly here he leads tops after 12 to level up at 1 apiece. At the
Game's on
moment,
second
no
leg.
two legs are the same
Reece
for
Colley.
Reece Colley, but he's getting the change that he needs. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Oh, here we go. Stair time. He's still going, you know.
Oh, Reece.
140.
I'm going to give you a C- on that one. Can do better. That was intense, wasn't it?
44.
I got a bit of a chill there. Let's change the subject, shall we?
123.
How about 18th of February? We've already talked about the anniversary on the back of Reese's shirt. How about birthdays for the 18th
81.
of February? We are going to start with the original Super Series stare-down master that is Conan Whitehead. Happy birthday, Conan.
59.
Have a great day with the family. And if we go down the list, we got Sebastian Steyer of Poland, Simon Stevenson, the Mirror Man from down in Plymouth,
100.
Chris Savary of Wales, fabulous player, Pavel Dirtel of
59.
Czechia, his birthday today, just like Adam Gavlas. But I'm going to save this one for last. It's one of the best names I've seen in years.
60.
It might even
Aaron,
rival
120.
Sheldon Fudge. Connor Hunga, a young Kiwi dart player. Yes, you heard that right.
100.
Connor Hunga. What a name.
85. Darren have required 20.
Darren Brown looking for double 10 to make it 2-1 in this match. Again, he's got an awkward one. Again, he has to shuffle across. But again, he
Game's
finds
on
a
the
way
third
through.
leg.
It's almost as
Darren
if the
Brown.
more difficult the target area, the easier he finds it.
Fourth leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
Honestly, this guy's like James Ward-Prowse. Stick a wall in front of the double, he can still find the top bins.
Top shot.
180.
A maxi for Reece Colley. His second of the contest.
95.
There's the dreaded even,
85.
drag to the left. It was commonly known as lateral drift back in the Sid
85.
Waddell days. And that was attributed to Wayne Mardle because he used to have a tendency of dragging a dart to the left. Do you know how he fixed it?
140.
He got a smaller flight so the darts actually started flying quicker through the air and they would then
57.
veer
Reach of
to the
96.
right to actually correct it.
Potential 11 darter hit. 12 or 2.
Game on the fourth leg.
The good stuff has
Reece
been
Colley.
really good in this game from Reece Colley. A 12 darter there to level the
Fifth leg, it's
match up
Darren
at
to
2
throw
apiece.
first. Game on.
But he still feels like there is more out there. Like there is more that is in the tank for him to take out and get out of it.
140.
You know something, Henry? 8 years
60.
is a long time in darts. But there was a development tour
41.
weekend happening on this day 8 years ago. And on the same day at the Robin Park Tennis Centre
100.
in Wigan 8 years ago, the 2 development tour titles were won by Luke Humphreys and Dimitri
96.
Vandenberg. Subsequently, they've done pretty well. They've both won the match play.
84.
They were in last year's UK Open final. And the UK Open is not far away.
44.
And in the case of some Super Series players, they are going to the UK Open, like Tommy Lishman, who qualified last week. Many congratulations to Tommy.
93. $85.
Well, he's down on a 2 darter. Has Colley got another moment of brilliance in him? The 164 isn't going to join what he's already netted in the
57.
top plus column, which
Darren
includes a
195.
111 with a bull 11 bull and a 160. Double.
Game
Delightful from
shot, the
Darren
fifth
Brown.
leg.
Magical from Darren
Darren
Brown. He waves his magic wand and he leads 3-2.
Sinclair gets Reese to throw first. Game on.
He is no illusion. He may just be for real. But the highlight reel
55.
from Darren, it is a bit up and down. You think about his overall performance, it's an average of 81.
97.
Now, at this stage of a week, it's perfectly fine as long as you are finishing well. And that's the one thing he's doing better
140.
than yesterday. He hasn't had one single easy finish
58.
in this game.
$80.
I don't mean to bring up footballers of a city that he probably doesn't appreciate, but he's having a Matt Letitia kind of
45.
game. He's not scoring tap-ins.
138.
Decent setup, pleads himself at 88. And it's Reese Colley for the third time today going to send us to a last leg decider.
Looks like it.
83. Richard require 88.
You don't sense that Reese is going to have a meltdown from 88. Treble 12's a good shot here. That's a special dart.
84.
He has the problem with going for the 60 there, though. If you miss the double 4 inside, now you're cornered. If you go treble 12, you wouldn't be.
84. Richard require 4.
They say 2 is never lose.
Straight through the posts. Oh,
Game
yeah.
shot, the
I can
sixth
really get behind a dart like that. And he's at it again. He just won't give up.
7th and
3-3
final
again
to throw first.
for the third game
on.
of today. Can he get out of jail again?
It's like an Ollie Watkins penalty straight down the middle. No
60.
chance of missing. And we go all the way to a last leg decider.
It was a bit like that penalty from Mo Salah on Sunday, wasn't it? Where he just chipped it at the top
80.
of the net. Great shot.
Oh,
That's a special dart that only really good players can do that.
140.
Because you can't see all of the double 2. You can see maybe half of it, and you just find your way through the mark. That's an
100.
incredible shot. An incredible stoicism from Reese Colley. If he's got 6
96.
points and a leg difference for the day of +3, that's all you need to know.
134.
well, Colley really beginning to fire, but Brown has got 6 from here. Beneath to find a trouble, you feel. Does so with the last dart. What can Colley do with his setup turn?
$83. Darren Evercon, 105.
That keeps him in 3-dart territory. That could be a costly 7. There's the 5. Where's the tops?
65. Richard require
Just over the bar.
104.
Colley back for 104. Well, Darren Brown's missed the 105 to win the match, but Reese Colley's going to take the 104 to break
Reece
his heart.
Colley.
What a finish that is from Reese Colley. He's 3 wins and 3, all 3 in last leg deciders. He is showing a real battling spirit on this Tuesday. He beats Darren Brown by 4 legs to 3. What a way to finish the match. A 104 checkout. Reese Colley, 3 wins and 3, and he is now top of the table on 12 points. Coming up next, Ted Evans and David Wazowski. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to Pluto TV and to the MODUS Super Series channel, where we've got a plethora of content coming up for you after the darts is completed. After we're done here, you can watch the replay of the 2024 ADC Global Championship Grand Finals featuring Bradley Brooks, Darryl Pilgrim and Devon Peterson as the inaugural champion is crowned. Myself and Scott Mitchell alongside Chris Murphy for that one. And then later on tonight, Paul Nicholson, he's not doing the double shift, but he's going to be with us for the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk, where our very own prized asset talks about the highs and lows of his professional darts career. Did you write this on my script? The prized asset.
No, that was Peter Drury's line. And that was 15 years
First
ago.
leg, it's Ted to throw first. Game
Peter
on.
Drury's now commentating on all the big Premier League games on Sky, and you're now sat next to me. Lucky you.
So what you're saying is my stock's gone down like Enron.
That's you.
84.
Take it however you want to take it. Anyway, Evitz against Wazuski is our middle match of the session
128.
here on Pluto TV. Now, David does a lot of work away from the Oki. He's very much somebody that you can almost say kind of puts his career on hold to help
98.
others make their way forward. Jack Johnson, someone that he's been helping out a lot. He's the new Super 16 champion, and he helps out
86.
coaching at the London Youth Academy, which has got a coaching session this evening at 6:30. And he was telling me yesterday that they will all be tuning in to
100.
see David in action, and he's slightly gutted that he's going to have to miss the session tonight to play here, but he's got to put himself first on this particular
140.
occasion.
Well, that's what he's got to do. He spends so much time on other people that
136.
every now and again he's got to focus on himself.
147.
His own health, his own loves, like playing darts like this.
129. Ted, you
That
require
would be
83.
perfectly timed for another big checkout. Double 16 for Ted.
Game shot in the first
That was perfectly
leg.
timed for
Ted
him.
Everts.
14 darter. We've seen flashes of
Like it's
brilliance
David
from
to
Evans
throw
today.
first.
10 darter
Game.
to level his match against Reece Colley. Then he hit a 170 the leg after, but he hasn't won yet.
56.
David has. He beat Hector Stilianu with a couple of ton plus checkouts, 4 from 5 on his doubles. And that was against a better version of Victorious as well.
96.
Everett can
140.
limit the damage if he can win this. We'll move on to 12 points. He'll be level with Reece Colley at the top. And Kurt Parry does take on Hectorious in the next.
Yeah, it does feel
60.
as if there is an opportunity now, courtesy of that 4-3 win for Colley again, that the top three can
100.
create this separation between the top three and the bottom three. But that is very dependent on an Everts win here and a Parry win next.
134.
It can't be that simple, surely. But if we do have three people maybe
85.
separated by 2 points overnight, that makes for a very exciting Wednesday.
A wonderful Wednesday here on Pluto TV. The action will get underway from 9:30. But the action's hotting up here. And Ted Everts is beginning to warm up here. But he may have to evade a ton plus shot from David, which he does.
60.
He comes back for
He requires
76.
76.
It was a 14 darter in the first leg. 14 in leg 2.
Too quick, Ted.
68.
He just threw
David,
that
it
second
requires
dart
60.
like it was natural. Stay in rhythm.
Game shot in the second leg.
David does exactly that.
Wazowski.
1-1.
Let me put it to you this way. I've been talking about this with Ted
Third leg, it's Ted to throw
for nearly
first.
8 years. Rhythm is so important, and when you've got it, I mean, look at the purple patch he had in the previous
100.
game. He didn't win the match, but that 22 dart burst that got him 2 legs. What was right about it? It was the rhythm.
100.
Now, if you speak to any world-class drummer, the first thing they need is rhythm. You don't chase a note too quickly. You stay in rhythm and you hit it when you need to hit it on the note. Now, I know Ted has hit a max there with a slightly rushed third dart,
40.
but I maintain his best darts are thrown when every dart is right on the note. Can you imagine what would happen if a drummer thought to themselves, well, actually, I think I'll hit these notes a bit quicker? Everything would fall down.
81.
Mick Fleetwood and Fleetwood Mac, oh, I just fancy hitting this quicker. Everybody would fall. The whole thing would capitulate. This isn't. Very
Game
much
shot
not
in the third
capitulation
leg.
for Ted,
Ted Everts.
who's found another little burst here.
Fourth leg is David to throw
Everything
first.
that's been good for Ted Everts today has
Game
been so good. Legs of 14 and 12 in winning in this match. 128 checkout as well. 212 the good is Super Ted.
123.
He's beginning to find something. Even though he's lost both his matches today, you can make an argument he's actually playing better in spells today than he did on Monday. 111.48 is the average after 3 legs.
58.
And David, to his credit, is playing probably as well as he has done all week long too.
60.
You know that development tour event that I mentioned in the previous match? Well, the 2 events that were won
43.
by Humphreys and Vandenberg. Everts was in those tournaments. He actually lost to Charlie Beaumont in the last 16. And he would lose out
96.
to the eventual finalist on the first day, who just so happens to be one of Ted's best friends, Dawson Marshall.
97.
Awesome Dawson.
Lovely guy. from a great place.
99.
Medicine Hat.
Which is ironic when you consider he was training at university.
Teddy Brooker 106.
I love an odd town name. I like Ton Plus Checkouts even better. And that's what that is.
Shot on the 4 flag. Ted Evans.
Forget about the rhythm when he's doing that. Just play organically.
5th flag, it's Ted to throw first.
This is getting a bit
Game
silly
on.
now. 170, 128, 106 Ted Evans has had in terms of Ton Plus checkouts. Legs won in this game of 14, 12 and 15. The average 106.93 at this
45.
present moment in time. And the other thing is, he's being forced to take these shots out because David has been finding himself
100.
handy when Ted has been in those positions. Last leg, David was sat on tops. The other couple of legs, he was there or thereabouts. It's not as if he's just plodding along and hitting them and just deciding, yeah, why not? He's having to take them out. And he's beginning to really go
180.
through the gears. Average here, 107.5.
140.
Ted Evans has put the fire extinguisher on Wazzy here.
140.
What a performance this is. After losing to COLLEY, he is upping his levels.
81. Teddy Brooker 136.
His personal best is 109.9.
$120.
By my reckoning, if he'd hit that double A, that would have been a personal best average.
And the grimace on his face may be an
60.
indication that he
Teddy
knew how
Brooker
well he was playing and
60.
how big the average could be. But double 8 for the match. But now he finds himself in the madhouse, and now he gives
120.
David an opportunity to bring it back to 3-2.
And he might.
Game
It's
shot
just
on the 5th
incredible.
flag. David Wazowski.
How many Ton Plus checkouts do you want today? This is only the halfway point.
6th flag, it's David to throw first.
Well, here's what I've got to say
Game
about the
on.
rhythm issue once again. I don't mean to keep going on about it, but it's very pertinent. When you're flowing like Ted is trying to do in this game, scoring-wise,
83.
that can work. But if you try and take that into the outer ring as well, that's a lot harder. That takes time.
That is the 9th Ton Plus checkout of the day. But Ted Evans is
180.
hitting the heavy artillery once again. It's his third max of the match. He's not getting deterred by anything.
77.
David Wazowski is firing back at him.
I like the
85.
idea of aiming the first dart and flowing with the next two. That's a Gary Anderson thing. He aims dart 1 and he flows on dart 2 and 3.
100.
It's all about calibration. Dart 1 is different to the other two because it involves a walk-up.
100.
Maybe he's got a score to settle with 136.
An opportunity to win the game with 109.5 average if he took it out in the previous leg.
136.
But he'll be happy with the win nonetheless. And he'll be delighted with the performance. Can he right the wrong with the previous leg? Double 8 for the 136. And it would have been his third Ton Plus
120.
checkout of the game.
141.
Somebody just cut the hard line because I've just had some deja vu here. Is there a black cat in here?
65. Teddy require 16.
Well, it's been a tremendous performance. Double 4.
8.
But again, he cannot finish the
David
job off. And no
requires
matter how well
76.
Ted Evans is playing, David Wazowski is getting chances. He's been hanging in the
Game shot on the
background, but he has
6th flag.
taken pretty much
David
every
Wazowski.
chance that he has got. And we go all the way to a last leg decider.
7th and
Ted
final
Evans
is
is
Ted
averaging
to throw
104,
first.
but has
Game
missed a
on.
plethora of match darts to get this game won.
Yeah, by my count, he's had 7. Which eclipses what
96.
David had in his first game against Rhys COLLEY. And he ended up losing after missing 6.
I know Kurt Parry had the biggest
140.
average of the week against David. In fact, it could be the second time David's hit with a Ton Plus average in this Group A. But this has been the game of the group, the game of the week so far. Make no bones about that.
I don't think we should get too carried away with the way that Ted's played here. I think we should marvel at the fact of just how well David's played when he's needed to. The 76 out in 2. The 120 out. World-class finishing just when he needs it. But he can't leave a finish here, giving Everts more chances to win.
Another. He really wanted to win this game for Tub plus check. He's had 3 chances to do so, but it is 60 after 12 to get the job done and to finally cap off what has been a tremendous display.
He just doesn't want to give him a shot at that 118. Flat dart.
20.
But now he runs the risk of losing 4-3 again.
But this time, David unable to take out the 118. He does leave himself on double 12.
40.
Ted Everts has got one more opportunity to win this match. He has been sparkling in terms of his scoring. But has floundered on his finishing.
David, you require
David Wazowski is going to get a chance to win this match. He's earned this opportunity. But can he take it? Can he take it? Yes, he can. And that's a defeat that's going to sting Ted Everts. David Wazowski was on the back foot pretty much throughout that match. But when opportunity knocked, he took it. Ted Everts missed 15 darts and a double despite taking out 2 ton plus checkouts. That was how crazy that match was. Ted Everts is playing a darn sight better today than he did yesterday, but he hasn't got a point to show for it yet. David Wazowski winning a cracker for 3. Coming up after the break, Ektora Stilianu takes on Kurt Parry.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Resplendent on this Tuesday lunchtime. And our 9th game of the day is about to get underway as Kurt Parry takes on the Cypriot Ektoris Stylianou. Well, for Kurt, he can move on to 12 points. And it looks like now it could potentially be a race between him and Reece Colley for the spoils as far as this group is concerned. Because Ted Everts, who averaged in excess of a ton, could not finish the match off
First leg
against
it's
David
Ektoris to throw
Wazuski.
first.
And it was the man
Game
from
on.
London that beat the man from the Midlands by 4 legs to 3, despite Everts taking out 2 ton plus checkouts and winning legs of 14, 12 and 15. But
26.
one thing you have to say about people, regardless what industry you're in, regardless what sport you're in,
82.
if you can see improvement from one day to the next, then that is success. And for Ektoris Stylianou, there has been improvement from day 1 to day 2.
27.
And I hope he sees that as success. But he takes on Kurt Parry, who is now chomping at the bit and may feel like there's an opportunity to dominate this group
99.
once again.
He will see it as success because we've already spoken, or should I say, you've already spoken to him this morning and gauged
47.
what kind of progress he wants to see over the next few days.
140.
But I guarantee you this. Before yesterday, he'd never played anybody as good as Kurt Parry before.
43.
Well, something he admitted, it's as the caliber of
95.
player that he's never really had the opportunity to face before. Even when you have the Cyprus Open and other big events in that region, the caliber of
57.
opposition isn't
Over
as
85.
fierce as what it is here at the Super Series. And that's not us degrading darts in that part of the world. It's not one bit. It's just matter of fact. And it's part of the development process of places like that where we have players like Ektoris
57.
here
Great require
to
20.
improve the region.
Let's-
For him to improve.
Let's bring that up again
10.
in a minute because Kurt is messing around on the outer ring again.
$140.
The only
Great
way he
require
enjoys this leg is if it's over.
10. Game shot
And
the
it is.
first leg. Kurt Parry.
Your reasoning on tournaments in Cyprus is bang
Second
on.
leg it's Kurt to throw first.
Because
Game on.
if we use the computer game analogy of door 1, door 2, and door 3,
And
that's door all 3.
180.
if you had behind door number 1 the
50.
Dutch Open, door number 2, let's call it the Romanian Open, and door number 3,
85.
the Cyprus Open. How many people are going to choose the Dutch? How many people are going to choose the Romanian? And how many people are going to choose
45.
the Cyprus one? If they're on at the same time, most people would take the Dutch,
140.
another group would take the Romanian, and some would take the Cyprus one, based on their circumstances.
80. Coat require 96.
Well, Kurt Parry here is looking to show no remorse. For 12 darter, double
80.
8 doesn't quite go, but he has got space and time.
You talking about geology
81.
now?
Coat require 16.
Because that's exactly what it is, space and time.
8.
Or if we want to go down the Shawshank Redemption route, that and a big poster.
67. Okay, you require 8. Game shot
And
the
eventually
second
Kurt
leg.
Parry fires
Kurt
double
Parry.
four to double his lead to 2-0. Not just Super Series action on
Delegates
offer
Victorious to throw
on this
first. Game.
Tuesday. Pro Tour back in action. Chris Dobie won Players Championship 3 yesterday with a 8-4 win over Jelle Klassen in the final. That was after he lost Event 2's final to
26.
go in Price last Tuesday. But back in the winners' enclosure, it's Hollywood at the Autotron in Rosmalen.
I love the name of that place.
100.
The Autotron. Sounds like a transformer. But in cold conditions yesterday, that is
100.
not from my experience, because I haven't been to the Autotron when it's been as cold as yesterday. That was from social media.
140.
But a personal best performance in a Players' Championship for Dobie yesterday against Ratajski. That was ridiculous. Over 113. But the game he had against Raids in the semi-finals, that was
60.
special. You don't often see two people going toe-to-toe in best of 13 legs, and they live in the same town.
100.
And had to ride his luck at times in the final. Klassen put it back to 4-3, but then from that point onwards, Dobie managed to stretch away
57.
with the
Okay,
game.
161.
Mr. Dyer tops did Klassen for the 113 to make it 4-4, and then Dobie
65.
held before 110 checkout, made it 6-3.
Why does Ectorus keep going for double 19 as a cover shot?
58. Okay, you require 96.
Double 18.
Game
He
shot
is
the
not
third
needing a
leg.
second visit
Kurt
this time.
Parry.
And he's within one leg of doing the double bagel
Flag
on
is Kurt to
Stiliano.
throw first. Game on.
Doesn't strike me as a bagel guy, Kurt Parry. Even though, from the movie 40 Days and 40 Nights, he actually does look like the bagel guy.
180.
Well, perfect start to leg 4 for Kurt
60.
Parry. He's had a real sense of comfortability
97.
in this contest. He's basically been running his own race in this match.
60.
And now it looks like the race could be won for Ectorus. Parry, 6 starts from here to complete the win.
140.
Do you know something? Darts like that really get my motor running. A pure treble 20 with 2 bits of tall tungsten in the
31.
way. That was an
Quite 84.
extraordinary treble.
This could be an extraordinary end.
60.
But only a maximum will leave Stiliano on a finish here. Well, Parry's going to have to take this out.
180. Got you require 24.
He probably will.
Game
forget
shot
probably,
and
he
the
does. A
match.
95
Parry.
average for Kurt Parry. A 13 dart to the finish. A real power play towards the end. Kurt Parry 4, Victoria Stiliano 0. Ted Evans, Darren Brown comes next. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Kurt Parry got the better of Victoria Stilianu by 4-0. That was the 9th game of the session. Have a look at that for a trend. Everything in round 1 went on the right-hand side. Everything in round 2 went on the left-hand side. Everything in round 3 went on the right-hand side. So I'm going to make a prediction here before round 4 begins. Ted Evans, Reece Colley and Dave Wazowski are going to win all of their matches. But no one cares about my opinions. We're going to have a look at the table. And after that, we'll get the opinions of the former Players Champion Paul Nicholson. Kurt Parry at the top of it alongside Reece Colley on 12 points. Ted Evans and Darren Brown both really in need of a win if they're going to keep their hopes of winning Group A alive. For Ted, he's looking for his first win of the session, which is kind of strange when you think about it, because you look at some of the things that he's done today, some of the legs that he's won today, you'd think surely he would have picked something up at some point or another. He's lost today with averages of 97 and a ton, but it just goes to show that this sport is all about timing. And if we're fair to Ted, he missed a lot of opportunities to dispatch of David Wazowski last time out.
That was the only thing he did wrong. He had multiple opportunities, and in fact,
First leg, it's
15
Ted to
darts
throw
at a double
first.
missed
Game
in his
on.
previous game, which was only just over 10 minutes ago. The majority of those missed darts at double were to win the game.
100.
If he plays to that level again, he will get opportunities. But we already know that Darren can be dangerous in picking up the pieces. It's a peculiar thing as it happens, because
100.
if the same sort of thing befalls Ted in his final 2 matches, he could find himself, like you mentioned earlier, in 4th position
96.
overnight. From first, from Monday to Tuesday.
Which would be a real head scratcher when you consider the standard he's
57.
playing at. And I think there's a part of the players in Group C that will be hoping just drop into Group B at the worst. I don't think there's many that will want to see him
60.
dropped into the Pool C of those that are coming in later on in the week.
Well, we can almost say at this point that it looks likely that it would be Stilianu.
38.
Maybe was he at this stage, but he has improved a lot today, so he could really have a push for the top 3.
100.
But the likelihood is that it's going to be Wazzy, Stilianu, and someone else going into C.
96. Down over 150.
I think they'd rather see Darren Brown there. Having said that, though,
110.
he's played some really good stuff the last couple of days. He still, right now, a day and a half in, is still going under the radar. All the focus is on Parry, Colley,
86.
and Super
Down
Ted.
over 160.
But you won't mind that one bit.
Game
You won't
shown
mind
the
that
first
one
leg.
bit.
Darren Brown.
Clean break. Brown leads 1-0.
That was as
Second
clinical
leg, it's Darren to throw first.
as a
Game.
side parting. Because look at it. Looks like it's been cut with a laser.
130.
I tried for years to get the side of my lawn that clinical. I couldn't do it.
See, I've managed to get a side parting, but the problem is it's parted from my hair for all time.
100.
See, that's where Turkey comes in. It's about 4,000 kilometres away.
The
The only turkey that Ted wants is 3 strikes in a row to get a 3-1 lead in this one.
95.
But this is not 10-pin bowling. This is darts. It's not just about one shot. It's about getting a lot right.
100. Darren never required 170. $58. Teddy required 121.
So Evans looking at 121 to square up on a piece to get the break back. Not going to happen on this occasion. Then I was going to say that we know Darren Brown's capable of
41.
ton plus
Darren
checkers,
Maguire,
but we've learned today that
112.
everybody's capable of them. He's not going to take out the 112. Evitt's back for 80
Ted,
to
you
break
require
back.
80.
He didn't hit that one because he's trying to save you on ink on your pen there, Henry. Double top for Ted.
60.
No
Darren
poetry for
Maguire,
him, and it
12.
might be happening again.
Game shot on the second.
He's had a lot of joy in that
Darren
corner.
Brown.
2-0 Brown.
Third leg gets Ted to throw first. Game on.
This has got to be frustrating for Everts. I guarantee you he's feeling better than yesterday internally about his game.
140.
But if there's a football team in the Premier League that is playing well but losing, that's what Ted's feeling like.
180.
Scoring a lot of goals but losing the match. And that does not help his cause. The fact that Darren has opened his account and the maximum's just there.
30.
The Brentford of the Super Series, Ted Everts.
59.
Which is ironic because they nicknamed the bees and he likes honey.
Everybody likes honey.
95.
There are different types, though. Some are sweet. But there is a thing called mad honey. And you can't have too much of
190.
that. But mad is how Ted is feeling right now.
It
looks so simple.
180. Down to 143.
Oh, come on. Just for a second there, Ted was thinking, don't you dare.
Ted was probably
81.
thinking after that
Number
first start
56.
went in, the way today's going, this is being taken out. But he has an opportunity to get a route back into the match.
Game
He
shot
gets
on
a
the
leg on
third
the
leg.
board.
Ted
It's a
Evans.
14 darter.
Fourth
Back
leg gets
to
Darren
2-1.
to throw first.
Both
Game
players averaging 93 after 3 legs in this contest.
Now, I don't mean to go all Jim White and say I've just had a
81.
text. I actually haven't. I've had somebody get in touch with myself on social media. Someone that everybody who loves darts should know. Nigel Hayden
30.
from Warwickshire, former England international, played at both World Championships as well. He said, don't forget about Royal Leamington Spa
100.
in Warwickshire. How could we? I'm sure that's where Steve Beaton's from. He's enjoying the darts again, watching the local lad that is Everts. Had carpal tunnel operation a couple of weeks ago.
99.
We wish you well, Nige. Hope you're well. Watch the darts until you're ready to play again. Nice to hear from you.
The Undertaker.
100. $100.
Brown here could put another nail in the Ted Everts coffin in terms of winning this Group A. 6 darts on 220 to open up a 3-1 lead. And he leaves himself on tops after 12.
180.
It's not a coffin match, is it? Oh, it's a casket match. That's what they call it. Where the winner has to be thrust into a casket and it has to be closed.
105. Darren require 40.
If it was a coffin match, Ted Everts would be wondering whether Charles Ingram was anywhere nearby, because he must be feeling as if he's been cheated out of today due to the brilliance of his opponents.
$102. Darren require 20.
He's had a double 6. And in his previous game, he could hit double 10 from any angle.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he's not
Darren
messing around
Brown.
hitting it third dart this time. He's improving.
Fifth leg gets Ted to throw first.
This is very
Game.
similar to what he was doing in his last match yesterday. 94 average.
139.
This is just business-like from Darren Brown. No histrionics. Just plain and simple brilliance.
85.
Ted's probably feeling like Luke Littler on night 1 of the Premier League when he averaged 113 and lost to Michael Van Gerwen.
100.
No matter what he does, he's going to be punching smoke today.
180.
Don't forget about Darren. This is a top-level performance.
140.
Tell you what, we have been treated to some superb darts today. And the problem
60.
Ted Evans has had,
Ted Evans
for the most part of
122.
it, it's been hit against him. But can he hit back here? He's got 6 to bring it back to 3-2.
98.
And he's going to leave himself on double 12 after 12 to do exactly that.
86. Teddy Rock 124.
He's got to hit it. And because he doesn't,
Darren Everett 190.
Darren has a chance to put him out of this game. Oh, that's interesting. That is the
54.
MVG route for 90.
Teddy Rock 12.
I am very surprised to see him do that.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Ted Evans.
Ted Evans is trying to G himself up. He's got to move back into the match.
6th leg
Now,
is Darren to throw first.
Whether you agree with this explanation or you don't, Raymond van Barneveld, the 5-time world champion, has a famous expression. When left on things like 90, if you're a
82.
professional dart player, you should be able to hit a treble with one of 2 darts in your hand. Thus why he goes that way.
Fair enough. Darren's not a pro.
57.
Darren's a next level player. He's a second tier guy. He's played like a pro in this game.
59.
But in that moment to win the match, I'd say 96, 97 people out of 100 would go 20s.
177.
Is he going to pay the price as a consequence? Because Evans isn't letting up. This level of performance has been where he's been at all day.
100.
Just under 94. The doubling's been okay. Suspect at key times.
$97.
Looking for another big fish finish.
140. Teddy Rock
He hit one against Reece
107.
Colley. But now Darren's got 120 to win this game.
58.
And
Darren
this
Rock 120.
is straight at the top.
What a guide that is. It was inviting, but he couldn't utilise it. But he's
100.
going to leave himself
Teddy
on a
Rock
double if Ted
112.
Evans cannot take out the 112. He's had 3 ton plus checkouts today, and he needs another one here. But he's strayed wide into the treble 9. That's probably a dart that sums his day up.
Why are you going treble there? He's sitting on double 10 to win the match. Treble 10 is a gamble.
96. Darren Rock 120.
For 4-2 win. Darren Brown
Game
beats Ted
shot
Evans by
on the
4 legs to
net.
2.
Darren
And for the
Brown.
4th time today, Ted Evans is defeated. And for the 3rd time in succession, he is averaged way in excess of 90 and has got no change. But Darren Brown really is fancying the task. He gives a little bit of a murmur towards the camera just as we cut off towards the statistics slide. Darren Brown with a 4-2 victory over Ted Evans. That moves him on to 10 points, and within a couple of Parry and Colley, Reece is in action first. He takes on Hector Stilianu on the other side of this commercial break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Darren Brown got the better of Ted Evans by 4-2. That means that Darren has leapfrogged Ted, and the man who completed the card yesterday has played better today, but has got no points, and he's now 4th in the league table. Reece Colley is looking to move on to 14 points. He's tied with Kurt Parry at the top of the table, but legs difference sees the Welshman ahead of the man for the Midlands, but he takes on Ektoris Stylianou of Cyprus in game 11 of 15 that we are broadcasting to you live here on Pluto TV. Reminder, once the darts is done,
First
there'll
leg,
be
it's
a
Reece to throw
full
first.
session
Game
replay
on.
of the 2024 ADC Global Championship Grand Final, featuring Bradley Brooks, Darryl Pilgrim and Devon Peterson as the inaugural champion is
125.
crowned. That's around about 4 hours in length, so that will take you through to around about tea time tonight. And then if you're in the mood a little bit later
100.
on this evening, we have Paul Nicholson with you for a Tungsten Talk from 9:25, talking about the highs
60.
and lows of his professional darts career. And then next week, we'll be replaying the Legends League in full. That's not just the final, but
81.
that's from session 1 all the way through to Saturday. You'll have special guest appearances from commentators such as Trina Gulliver.
31.
George Noble did a session in commentary as well. That was good fun. And there's also a guest appearance from the 16-time world champion
29.
Phil Taylor too. Plenty of that to look forward to on Pluto TV. But plenty to look forward to here for Reece Colley. 3 wins from 3 so far.
55.
And all 3 of them have come in last leg deciders.
Reece is going to win this game, and it's not going to be a last leg decider. That's my
24.
prediction. But I think if he plays with the same intensity that he's had in those previous 3 games, he will get the points that he wants to yield.
80.
Here's what's caught my attention, though. A 90 checkout, again, where someone hasn't gone 20s.
70.
This time because he didn't need to. And also, we've had 22 maximums today. After 10 games on Tuesday, we've had more than 15 games yesterday.
On the first leg, Reese Colley.
That's just one little smidgen of evidence
Second leg is Ectorus
to state that today has been better than yesterday standard-wise.
Well, Colley takes the opening leg. He finds himself one up in this match.
60.
How'd you like your Collie, Henry?
Steamed.
40.
Boring. Have you never heard of anybody doing a cauliflower steak?
No.
Oh, yeah.
55.
Lots and lots of butter.
Do love a bit of cauliflower Miss Sunday roast.
60.
That, bit of parsnips, some carrots, peas. Gotta have a couple of meats on there. Bit of pork.
How big's the plate?
Oh, it's huge.
100.
You should see Christmas dinner around our house.
Well, judging by what you're going to have on the plate, I'd probably be able to smell it from here.
135.
I'm sure Reese has heard every joke in the book when he was at school, when he was growing up. I bet his nickname was Flower.
60.
I look at him now, world-class dart player, leading the table against some
190.
players like Kurt Parry and Darren Brown and Ted Everts. He's the man to catch.
Blossoming into a fine talent, isn't he? And on the cusp of a 2-0
31.
lead.
Richmond 142.
6 starts here from 142 to take the second leg against Ectorus. Another one of them leads himself double top. And it wasn't too far
122.
away.
Do you recognise Reese Colley's darts?
And then Michael Van Gogh in barrels alongside Jamie Hughes flights.
57. Ratio required
They
20.
are a Michael Van Gogh dart from years ago.
Game's on the second leg. Reese Colley.
And he is 2-0 up. He's making mincemeat of his opponent right
Third
now.
leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Ectorus, after a positive start, just beginning to run out of steam a little bit. And Reese Colley's just
100.
doing his own thing, running his own race, keeping his own tabs.
He's probably running out of steam because you used it all on your Collie.
60.
You'll get there in a minute.
So forget that ever happened.
140.
Also noticed that Reese seems to have some grip on his points. Very good.
190.
He's got a few of those. Not giving up without a fight. He has been dominated a lot,
57.
but he has been getting closer to some of his opponents today. Do you remember when some people come into Group A, they find themselves on the bottom of the
60.
table, but they go into Group C and they're able to play better because of the experiences they've had? Nobody epitomizes that more than Jim Meyer of Luxembourg. And if Stiliano's got time, he should find some of the footage of Jim Meyer and be inspired by
45.
how he was able to
64.
turn things around when Group A was over.
One dart, a double top.
44.
Drags below.
Georgia
He'll
require
expect to come
156.
back. But it has been a day where ton plus finishes have been taken out left, right and centre. Ectorus is not going to join
60.
the club of
Ratio
players
required
to have
20.
hit a biggie.
Game's on the third leg.
That one's big
Reese
enough.
Colley.
Running
Fourth
his
leg
own
is
race and
Ectorus
doing
to
so
throw
efficiently.
first. Game on.
There seems to be a real focus now about Reese, where perhaps in the first match, okay, got over the line against David Wazowski, but it felt like there was just a little bit of panic, maybe just too much urgency. But it looks like now he's
41.
really settled himself into proceedings.
Well, the thing is, if you go to the crease as a batsman, or batsperson, sorry,
44.
first few deliveries, you're just trying to figure it out. Pace of the pitch, pace of the ball. When you've been at the crease a while, you can see the ball a lot easier. Hence, the shots are easier. And earlier on today, we did see Reece Colley throw some good darts, but he had to survive match shots from multiple opponents.
60.
Now, he's at the crease, and he's comfortable.
What a dart that is. He's somehow managed to find a way of crowbarring that in a spot where it looked like it was impossible to find.
Yeah, that's another through the post shot.
46.
Just like that double two from his previous game.
Well, 6 darts here to wrap up the most convincing and comprehensive of 4-0 wins.
100.
This has been a professional job from Reece Colley. He has done everything right in this game. Average of 91.5, doubling decent. He is
44.
not allowed at Taurus to have a sniff in this match. He went tops. That's possibly the first time he may have dropped cover. Oh, Reece.
Well, that shot's in pieces.
100.
Don't do it again.
80.
What is it Kevin Costner said once? Nothing there but trouble, boy.
40.
That top shot was a mistake. It could cost him the leg.
Just underneath. And so this to get over the line.
55. Required 40.
To seal a 4-0 win. Colley looks at tops. Colley gets tops. And Reece Colley is on top because he is the first player to move on to 14 points in this Group A. He has beaten Taurus Stilianu comprehensively 4-0. And this is the tail of the tape from that match. Up until the little bit of a mess around on the 80, his average is around about 91.5. It ends up just under 86. We're off for a break, and when we return, David Wazowski is up against Kurt Parry.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
got
done.
in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
It's Pluto TV and the exclusive MODUS Super Series darts channel with you on this Tuesday afternoon. And we have live action with you for the best part of the next hour or so. 4 more matches to go before the break. COLLEY got the better Viktoris Stilianu by 4-0. And game 12 sees David Wazowski and Kurt Parry battle it out. Well, for David, he picked up a really good win last time out. He beat Ted Evans despite his opponent averaging a ton. His best performance of the week, 91.5 the average, 4 out of 8 on his doubles. He's had 3 ton plus checkouts today as the man from London. And he takes on Kurt Parry, for whom, if he wins here, he'll move on to 14 points. And he'll then take on COLLEY in a match in game 15 that will dictate and determine who will have the overnight lead of this Group A going into Wednesday's action. Big game this for Kurt, and he doesn't want to fall foul of the David Wazowski trap that Ted Evans has just fell into.
Yeah, well said.
100.
But was he laid the trap and Ted fell into it? Now, the thing about London darts is that
140.
it's almost like 4 quadrants, because people in the southeast, they tend to gravitate towards
96.
Kent. People in the northeast of London tend to gravitate towards Essex. Maybe to Hertfordshire a little bit.
22.
Northwest, well, they go towards Hertfordshire, Berkshire, Middlesex.
94.
And the southwest, they tend to go towards Surrey if they're going out of the city, and even as far as Hampshire.
140.
It's probably
140.
the most vibrant darting city in the world. And that's pretty
Game shot on the
vibrant.
first leg. David
Maybe even
Wazowski.
more vibrant than his shirt and his flights.
Second leg
David
is Kurt
Wazowski is causing problems. He was struggling to make any kind of headroom in this group. His only wins coming
135.
against Ektoris, but now he really is beginning to fire against the heavyweights in this Group A.
100.
Playing better. I mean, yesterday was not a representation of how David could play. Only an 81 average for the session. His doubling was okay at 35%,
70.
but he just wasn't able to fire the heavy artillery in the scoring stakes.
45.
Was he as wily? He knows that you have to improve from Monday to Tuesday,
60.
no matter how good your Monday is or how bad it is. We've already stipulated that we've had more 180s today than we had yesterday.
60.
And we still got 3.5 games to go.
And then we'll be back live tomorrow afternoon from
100.
9:30 in the morning, exclusively live on Pluto TV. Now, if you haven't done so already, you can download the Pluto TV app to your
45.
smartphone or your smart TV
136.
via your applicable app store. It's pay now, stream now, pay never.
60.
That was a mistake I didn't want to make. Stream now, pay never, Pluto TV. I'm about to get the sack.
41. It requires 76.
Go on, Kurt, put this leg in the distance. Double top.
36.
He's trying to make you stew a little bit longer.
He's looking to avert some blushes here. He can ill afford a slip up
100.
against
It requires
Wazowski.
40.
Double 10. Fives chasing round, and that's been the story of Kurt Parry's days so far.
Well, the main thing is he's still in this match, but for how long? He's not in the
Games
leg.
on the second
There's another
leg.
one.
David Wazuski.
Look at the facial expression of Parry.
So leg is David
I
to
think if
throw
there's a
first.
round table
Game.
between Ted Evans and Kurt Parry tonight, they'll be thinking, how many ton plus checkouts have been hit against us
100.
today?
Wazzy with 4 now for the day. The 110 joining the 105, the 137 and the 120.
100.
And he possibly is on the cusp of beating not just Ted Evans today, but also Kurt Parry. You'd say the power 2 players in this group.
100.
And he really should have beaten Reece Colley. Coincidentally, Kurt
58.
Parry had the most ton plus checkouts yesterday of any player. He had 3, so that's been usurped.
And I tell you what, I think we wrote
60.
David Wazuski's Group B a victory earlier on today, because if he wins this game and he can get the better of Darren Brown in the last,
90.
he'd be on 10 points and very much in that race.
Yeah, I was sitting here thinking it was more likely that he was going to be in Group C than anything
83.
else. But we did say at one point that if he can put a charge in, it's not out of the question. And he is on the charge.
140. David,
My word, how good was that third dart? How did he get that in there?
134.
This is the best I've seen Wazzy play here. Tops.
73. David, it required 20.
I didn't think 3-0 Wazzy was a possibility in this game. I thought this would be a really good, decent scrap.
12.
And it isn't
David,
3-0.
require 40.
Could still be a scrap. Parry's been scrapping around at
Game's
doubles
on
at
the
points
third
in this
leg.
game,
Kurt
but
Parry.
he is on the board. The game returns to throw. Back it goes to 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
We don't have many Kurts in darts, do we?
140.
I can think of a Curtis.
94.
He's from East Anglia, funnily enough. Curtis Hammond. Good player.
123.
You've got a couple of Parrys. You've got Kurt Parry and Warren Parry, of course. The friend,
Wazza?
Yeah, our friend from New Zealand.
Oh, I love Wazza. Great guy.
100.
Famous football commentator called Alan Parry as well, wasn't there? He was the commentator on the Sky One reincarnation of Gladiators.
94.
Speaking of forgetting things, what about Kurt van der Rijk? He's a pointless answer, you know. You think about everybody who's played for Belgium at the PDC World Cup. Everybody forgets about Kurt van der Rijk.
60.
They think about
140.
Rocco Myers. They think about Kim Huybrechts, Patrick Bewlin, Ronnie Huybrechts, Dimitri Vandenberg. But yeah, Kurt van der Rijk.
43.
Same spelling as well, with a K.
16 for double.
Game
And
shot
for
on the
2-0
fourth leg.
behind, Parry
Kurt
has
Parry.
parity. 2-2.
Fifth leg is David to throw first. Game on. 60.
That may just be, on his dart shirt, the biggest logo that's
100.
ever graced the sport. Because he's got, was it 5 different font sizes of KP on it? I've just figured out, it's not just
94.
a bunch of lines on the front. That's a big version of his logo. So big, it doesn't even fit.
44.
And of course, you may see some different initials on there. That's the initials of his children. Very much a family thing for Kurt. Very much a family man. But there's no charity for David Wazuski in this
60.
game.
David, require 167.
He's left himself on 167. He's got 6 darts from here to re-establish the lead at 3-2.
57.
He's not safe yet. Here he comes.
100.
That just had to be a 140 minimum.
110.
He's already taken this out in this game. Dart Charvu.
94.
Just on the inside.
157.
Parry cannot take out the 157. Wazowski back for
95.
3
David
more in
requires
his hand at
60.
double 8 to re-establish the lead. He had led 2-0. He was pegged back by Parry. But he cannot
12.
find a route back in front.
It requires 62.
In the words of Mark Webster, the fellow Welshman of Kurt Parry. Oh no, Bill.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Oh no,
Kurt
David. 2-0 lead, and at that point we're thinking,
Sixth
what a
leg,
great
it's
performance.
Kurt to
But
throw first.
key misses at crucial times have given Kurt Parry a chance to possibly win this one by 2 legs.
And he has the darts to get it done right here, right now, without any of the dramas
60.
that are attached to a last leg decider.
There are other Kurts
100.
in darts. Quite a few of them are Belgian.
135.
I suppose the best name that we've seen for a Kurt is Kurt van der Kerkhoven.
140.
Welcome to the world of wonderful names in darts we've already had. Connor Hunga Hunga.
96.
I love this planet, you know that. It's so diverse.
$102.
Oh no. He's just realised.
He won't be teaching that at the academy anytime soon.
174.
But Kurt Parry's the one that's teaching Kim the lesson. A 174 setup to leave himself on double 18 after just a dozen darts. And this is some way to see the job through. A clinic at the finish for Kurt Parry, a 14-darter to round the match off, to beat David Wazowski by 4 legs to 2. And it means that him and Rhys COLLEY will have a match in game 15 to determine who is going to top the table of points going in to Wednesday's action. Parry, a 4-2 winner, average in excess of 91. 4th and 12 on his doubles. Wazowski raced into a 2-0 lead. Parry reeled off 4 on the spin. And we are going to take a little break. And when we return, we're going to watch Ettore Stylianou and Ted Evans kick off the final round of games. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. 12 games down, 3 to go on this Tuesday afternoon, and this is what we've watched so far. In the last round, Kurt Parry beat David Wazowski 4-2, Reece Colley beat Hector Stilianu 4-0, and Darren Brown beat Ted Evans by 4-2. This is how the table looks then, coming into the final round of fixtures of the day. Kurt Parry and Reece Colley, they play in game 15, and they'll be playing for top spot overnight. Darren Brown and Ted Evans have lost severe ground, particularly Ted Evans, who began top of the table. He now finds himself fourth, but Dave Wazowski's had a good day. He moves on to 6 points. And so let's get the final round underway, shall we? And it is a meeting between Super Ted and the Cypriot. It sounds like a title from Enid Blyton that probably is going to make its way to the scrap heap. But it's Ted Evans against Hector Stilianu to get us underway for the final round of fixtures for the day. And for Hector, he's looking for his first win ever on this stage. Whereas for Ted, he's looking for his first win today on the stage.
First leg, it's Hectorus to throw first. Game on.
Last chance for Ted then. And you feel he has to win this game. It's amazing how things can change in less than 24 hours.
100.
Just like the song said, what a difference a day makes for Ted Evans. And the irony about it, and we've mentioned it all day, is if you actually look at his numbers compared to yesterday,
100.
he's playing better now but not getting the results. What has changed for Ted?
Doubles. I'm just going to keep it simple.
36.
It's doubles, and it's a feed-on effect from game one, where he didn't get a leg. Now, if you consider, and we did speak about this earlier, he only had 3 darts at a double in his game with Kurt Parry at the start of play.
43.
He didn't get a leg. How does that dent the confidence at the start of play today? Well, it does. He did try to bounce back.
58.
But there's probably no game that's hurt him more than that loss to Reece Colley in game 4. When he had that 22 dart burst for 2 legs, including that 170 finish. But that was a game that he lost when he feels he should have won it.
140.
He will want to win this game and then forget this day completely.
100. Teddy Rick 100.
One thing Ted has been adept at is the big finishing. The ton plus finishing. This would be his 4 for the day.
71.
The 103 is going to join the 106, the 128 and the big fish.
It's easy for me to say this, but the change in rhythm,
43. Teddy Rick 1.
it's been a change of fortunes today. Maybe he's going to use this week as a way of searching for the game that he wants moving forward. And if that's the case, fair enough.
Second leg is
But if you are doing that, you've got to take the rough patches and move on. You've got to understand there will be ups and downs.
45.
Stilianu has won more legs today than yesterday. But the competitor in him will be thinking, where does my first win come from?
Well,
the way Ted Evans is playing, he's probably looking at this and thinking, this might not be the one.
45.
The right attitude for Ted is to target Hectorus and say, you're getting this. You're getting all of my frustration from today.
134.
I'm going to take it out on you. It's nothing personal, but you are my canvas.
Well, he's got to be the darting equivalent of a punching bag, hasn't he, for Ted right now? Not in a physical way, of course, but as a way of just getting the job done.
85.
If you could win 4-0, get out of there, bolster your legs difference, and just keep yourself around it tomorrow.
Well, I really like what Ted's just done there.
60.
He's just gone for the single 17 because he wants to go back there to leave an open tops. I think that's great board management.
Game on the second leg.
Knowing the
10
pace of the
events.
game, not thinking about averages or standards,
Third leg gets Victorious to
doing
throw
the
first.
smart thing.
Game on.
That's exactly what that was.
Just some news from the Pro Tour. Carl Snead has beaten Nathan Aspinall by 6 legs to 5 out in Rosmalen.
100.
Carl, who made the semi-finals here a couple of weeks ago.
He is having the time of his life right now.
140.
He's beaten Dave Chisnell and Nathan Aspinall in the last week. And a couple of others.
Well, he's gone in about the space of a month of a player we thought was decent, was
85.
handy, to one of the elite players at this level now.
I think he's gone from most people in the sport saying, who's Carl Snead?
130.
To now everybody knowing, oh, it's Carl Snead. And that's the beauty of a place like this.
100.
Because you can go from being unknown to being very well known in as little as a week.
Well, look at the way Thomas Banks
105.
burst onto the scene that week. Look at the way Adam Warner burst onto the scene the week he won.
I think he's the best example of it.
From nowhere to a guarantee of 4
60.
years on tour.
Require 117.
Everett's 117. Not to be. And so Victorious, well, he's
57.
being restricted
Victorious
to
require 156.
opportunities like this, isn't he? Having to take shots like 156 out. But he may do on this occasion. Second dart doesn't correlate.
100. Teddy require
So
60.
Everett's looking at 60 for the double break. The flatty with dart 1. The
Gage
double
on
with
the
dart
third
2.
leg.
And the double
10
break of
Everett's.
throw accrued. Everett's 3 up.
It's funny that
Fourth leg,
his
it's Ted to
flat
throw
dart
first.
isn't
Gage.
as flat as others. So it wasn't Littler style or Gurney style. It's just flat enough.
60.
That's all it has to be. It doesn't have to lay to the floor like Simon Whitlock's famous double top from a
81.
couple of weeks back. Or was it 3 weeks? 3 weeks. It just has to be a dart that's in the bed that doesn't obscure the double you want.
140.
Victorious' compatriot
100.
Andreas Nicolau took part in the ADC Global Championship, and once we're done here, you can watch the full session replay of the finals of that. That will be with you
140.
from around about 2:30 through to tea time.
Well, if we're going to have that international pairs,
140.
I suppose the Cypriot team is picked.
161.
Got a feeling I have a rough idea who Australia might be.
45. $15.
let's
Teddy
talk about that,
160.
shall we? Let's talk about the fact this game could be over.
60.
This could be the end of Tuesday for Stiliano.
57.
Everett wants
Teddy
this
require
finished
56.
for a big sigh of relief to repair some of the damage.
It's 2 10s,
46.
and that's,
Victoria
again,
require
more match
108.
darts missed for Ted Everett. That's been a glaring problem for him today. Victorious 108 to keep himself in the contest. He hasn't had a ton plus checkout yet this week. He's not going to get one
88.
there. In fact,
Teddy
he was
require
perilously
10.
close to busting it. And so Ted, to win the match, wants double 5. And finds double 5. And in game 5, Ted Everett eventually finds a win. Well, that was a trialsome day for Ted Everett. His performances were better than Monday, but just couldn't conjure up a win until the last. That's how that game went statistically. Everett's winning 4-0. Coming up after the break, Darren Brown takes on David Wazowski. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series
9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison! And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Couple more games to go on this Tuesday afternoon. And it's Darren Brown against David Wazowski, which is our penultimate match to see us home for the session. And so, after Ted Evans' 4-0 win against Victor Stilianu, for Darren it's about putting himself onto 12 points. And it's a bit of a double-edged sword in the respect of, for Darren, it'll put him onto 12, put him at least 4 points off at the top of the table, whoever wins that final game. But also, it puts them in a position where they would be in the mix in terms of Group B darts on Thursday and Friday.
Here's the important thing about this game. You can't affect what happens in game 15. So Parry or Colley will win game 15. You can't do anything about it. So why worry about it? Go up to play David. Try and get your 2 points. Try and stay in touch. And we've already seen here on Tuesday someone with a 4-point cushion have that extinguished. So get back within 4 and then try tomorrow to be the person at the top at the end.
128.
Experience states that if you look at this objectively, this is still a very winnable situation for Darren.
100.
But it's very dependent on him winning this game.
$55.
I think this game's a tough one to call. Wazzy's got 4 points for the day, so has Darren. So it could be a 50-50 game. And let's face it, there's more pressure on Darren than there is on David.
100. Darren in Rockaway, 109. $57. David in Rockaway, 158.
So Wazuski looking at 158. This would be his 5th ton plus checkout of the day if he was to get it. He's unable to do
58.
so, and so Brown will come back
52.
for 52 to take out the opening leg. Double
Game
16
shot on the
foul.
first
No
leg.
mistake.
Darren
Brown 1, Wazuski 0.
Second leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
You got to think that the kind of performance that Darren had in his final round match yesterday may be
50.
good enough to get those much needed 2 points. That performance he had against Stiliano in game 13 yesterday was
85.
exemplary. 4 legs, 94 average, 2 maximums, 4 out of 6 on the doubles with a ton plus checkout. You can't ask for much more than that.
60.
I think it just goes to show as well just how good he can be.
60.
If you can put in a performance like that on your debut day, it does beg the question,
81.
what else have you got? What ceiling have you got with your game? And we've seen him play better today
180.
on the whole.
Well, you were saying that Darren Brown has been sneaking under the radar. I am not allowing him to sneak
77.
underneath that any longer. Because he is constantly, consistently playing at a level which is going to cause anybody
60.
problems.
I think he's pretty similar to someone we're going to see in Group C this week.
180.
Ricky King.
Darren in Rockaway, 160.
No nonsense, straight up and down kind of player. Nonsense?
96.
Just a little
David
bit of it
Rockaway,
at the
53.
end.
And it gives David an opportunity to level up. The 17 leaves double 18. 2 9s.
Game
In it
shot on the
goes.
second leg.
And we are
David
level. We are all
Wazuski.
square. It's 1-1.
So leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
David could win this game. He just keeps himself an interested party. He'd still have a lot of work to do tomorrow to
96.
get into Group B, but he'd just give himself an outside chance. You feel like if he loses this match, then it is probably going to be a case
41.
of him and Hectorus are going to have to get ready for a campaign in Group C on Thursday.
One difference between Wazzy and
60.
Brown and Stiliano is that he's got experience of playing both C and B. So he may have a preference.
56.
You know what sports people are like? They'll say, I don't really care as long as I got a chance to get to Saturday.
140.
Let's be honest. A lot of the answers you get from sports people, they're hiding behind something.
140.
They do have a thought, they just don't want to tell you.
As someone that's interviewed sports people for the best part of 9 years
97.
now, you can tell certain buzzwords are barefaced lies.
140. Darren Rockaway, 108.
You must be talking about cliches. Double 16.
76.
And that one
David
was
Rockaway,
massively
124.
under-delivered, giving Wazzy a chance of another ton plus checkout.
Such as every game's an opportunity. That's my favourite
78.
one.
One
Darren
game at a
Rockaway,
time.
32.
Don't park the bus.
Oof. He's got a bus in the way of that. Floats it over the
16.
top, and to his
David
credit,
Rockaway,
wasn't too far away. That
46.
was an awkward dart there for Darren. Wazuski back, looking at double 16 to open up a 2-1 lead to get the
Game
break,
shot on the
and he
third
gets
leg.
his nose in
David
front.
Wazuski.
He's been taking his opportunities today, hasn't he?
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
And it's a great recovery from Wazzy.
44.
His first game of the day, that could have been so catastrophic that he could have
65.
easily lost all of his games today, saying, do you know what, that first game was so hurtful. I just couldn't bounce back from it. He's done exactly the opposite. He's been stronger because of it.
140.
Setbacks lead for getbacks, as Chris Mason would say in this
60.
commentary box.
$140.
But David is beginning to find a better gear as this session comes to a close. Monday didn't quite work out to plan, but there's been
140.
signs and evidence on Tuesday that he's just beginning to get up to speed. And he could be the player or the type of player that plays
137.
the 5-day game perfectly.
100. David to require 40.
Wazuski's the better player now.
Game show on the floor.
And he's 3-1 up as well,
David Wazuski.
causing Darren a lot of problems.
Fifth against Darren.
And make no mistake,
Game on.
a David win here is like a dream to Collie and Parry.
Just gives them that extra
97.
little bit of breathing space, doesn't it?
It's less trouble. But there's another way of looking at it. If Wazzy wins
85.
this, all of a sudden, Brown tomorrow's that really dangerous player in the middle who probably isn't going to win the group,
100.
but can take out the top dogs. Here he goes, on fire with
121.
those kite-shaped flights. And they're back in fashion. I blame Johnny Clayton.
130.
You should give him a hat that says, make the kite-shaped flight great again.
100.
And he has, because everybody's back on the kite-shaped flight wagon.
Careful what a slogan can lead to.
41.
And Mark Walsh was a great advocate for the kite-shaped flight. Alex Roy was for a little bit.
41. Darren Everett 128.
Well, Brown is going to do the job for the
56.
1-2-8.
David Everett 154.
David Wazuski's had 4 ton-plus checkouts today. Can he round his day off with the 154? Not to be this time. And so it may just be
98.
one
Darren
dart
Everett
here
72.
from 72 for Darren. It's one of those awkward finishes where on paper it looks okay, but actually opportunities can be minimal. It's only one dart at double 16,
40.
which he doesn't
David
take.
Everett
And consequently,
56.
Wazuski should get 2 at a target of choice. And that target of choice is going to be double 8. Wasn't intentional.
40.
I'm not
Darren
executed.
Everett required 32.
This has got to be good. Another awkward third dart.
No score.
Too awkward
David
this time
requires
on the other
16.
side of the board. To where he found a lot of joy earlier.
This could be the end of the day for Darren Brown.
Game
Because Wazuski
shot
finds the
and
bumper and he
match.
finds a
David
bumper couple of
Wazuski.
points. Wazzy was on fire towards the tail end of that session. He's going to finish up the day with 8 points to his name. Just on the periphery of Group B, but he's given himself a chance going into the final day of Group A. Those are numbers from that match. 4-1 Wazuski. It's Kurt Parry against Reece Colley. The winner will top the group overnight and will have a 2-point advantage going into Wednesday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
$54. Charlie McGuire 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
MODUS
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
It's time for our final match of the day, and it's a big one here at the Live Lounge in Port. So the winner of this clash between Reece Colley and Kurt Parry will top Group A overnight and will have a 2-point advantage over the other going into Wednesday's proceedings. Reece Colley, with a win here, will complete the card on Tuesday, whilst for Kurt Parry, well, he's just carrying on, isn't he? He's been the most consistent performer in terms of picking up results over the course of this Group A. And if he carries on in the vein of his previous games against the likes of Victoria Stilianu and David Wazowski, then it could be a lot of work for Reece Colley to make up here in this final match of the session.
60.
Funny how things have changed. Everett started with a 4-point cushion at the top, and he's about to see a 4-point cushion above him.
140.
Seems like a long time
99.
ago since these guys met yesterday morning. And you do think this is going to be a very different game. Think about the dynamic.
43.
They come into Monday morning around 9:35. They haven't had a competitive match so far this week. They've just had maybe 30, 45 minutes on the board. Still feeling a bit rusty, maybe. Anything but rust now, because they've got 9 games in the bank with the same amount of wins.
32. Reach for 137.
Well, Colley's going to take out the 137. Parry back for tops
57.
to take out the opening leg of this match.
No score.
How many times has that happened today?
80.
3 clean darts at tops and everything high. Oh, it was a gamble.
He
He was trying to force it through over the top. It hits the flight.
Game shot
And everything fails after that.
Kurt Parry.
Second time that's happened to Reece Colley today, and this time he's been punished by Kurt Parry.
Second leg is Reece to throw first. Game on.
KP zooming in on what would be a big win in this group. He'd be 2 points clear at the top going into tomorrow.
140.
I love that zoom in there. That was great. Kurt Parry, University of Life. It's the old University Challenge.
85.
Zoom into the right person. I love that. You don't have to zoom in much. You can probably see his logo from the International Space Station. It's that big.
85.
Have you noticed how many Welsh players use a Welsh flag on their flights? It's quite astonishing.
A very proud nation. Very proud nation.
As they should be.
40.
Incredible country.
Although don't talk about the rugby with them at this present moment in time because it's not going too well at the Six Nations.
58.
They're actually below Georgia in the world rankings.
You said you weren't going to talk about
60.
it.
Yeah, but you know I can't help myself. Anyway, Collie looking to help himself to a leg on the board in this match. He's got 6 on 176
59.
to level up at 1 apiece. Parry nowhere to be seen in leg 2.
55. $94.
Yeah, good thinking there from Kurt. It's 1-2-1 on the ball.
96. Kurt, you reckon 150.
That's not got, and I don't think Kurt Parry's going for this with 3 balls.
No, he's not cut from that kind of cloth.
134. Reach required 25.
Well, Collie missed a gilt-edged chance to take leg 1. He's got a couple in hand here to take leg 2. He's unable to get, and Parry
Kurt
here,
requires 16.
double 8 for 2 zip.
There may be trouble ahead once again
Kurt Parry.
for the man who yesterday was looking for moonlight and music.
The leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Well, Kurt Parry's day began with a 4-0 win against the player at the top of the table, Ted Evans. He could be halfway towards ending his day
44.
against the player at the top of the table with a 4-0 success.
100.
When you consider what Ted Everts has gone through today,
30.
you also have to know what Kurt went through yesterday. Yes, Kurt got 6 points for his efforts on Monday. Ted only got 2 today.
100.
But Kurt can sympathise because he had big performances yesterday and still only walked away with 3 wins. Today,
83.
he's already got more than 3. But do you think he's going to be happy with 4? No.
100.
This situation stipulates he's not happy unless he gets 5.
100. $37.
Oh, he will
81.
despise that last start
164.
so much. But he has to forget it.
96.
He's got every right to feel almost acidic towards that third dart. And look what happens. It's amazing how many times that occurs. So, to answer the question of what's
131.
occurring,
Requires 68.
2 treble 20s after leaving a bogey number is what's occurring.
Game shot on the third.
And there's the extra salt.
Reece Colley.
Well, Reece Colley was hit by a couple of haymakers in the first couple of legs. Was hit hard by Kurt Parry, but hits back 2-1, back on throw. And Colley is beginning to make his move.
140. $100. $85. $95.
Just looking ahead at the fixtures for tomorrow. Kurt Parry's last game
85.
is in game 13 against Ted Everts. His penultimate game
44.
against Rhys Colley. He will start against Hector Stiliano.
126.
Based on what we've seen so far in this group, if Kurt can get the win, or if Rhys gets the win,
92. Reach for quite 65.
they have two very different situations to face in round one tomorrow. Tops.
Game show on the fourth
Clinical.
leg. Rhys Colley.
Rhys Colley's got Ted Everton game 2 tomorrow.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
That's a 50-50 game. Kurt should beat Stiliano.
59.
Tomorrow's going to be enthralling.
And you can be here from 9:30 exclusively on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
140.
On the Pluto TV app, available to your smart TV and smart device.
100.
And don't forget that once we're done, we'll have a full
57.
session replay of the 2024 ADC Global Championship Grand Finals featuring Bradley Brooks, Darryl Pilgrim, Devon Peterson as the inaugural champion is
140.
crowned. And the Paul Nicholson Tungsten Talk is back later on this evening from 9:25.
58.
Back in the groove is Kurt Parry. The
145.
setup play at points in this game has been nothing short of immaculate. 57 after 12 to re-establish the ascendancy of this match.
74.
And that's an untimely bounce out for Rhys Colley. It denies him a go at a finish.
Yeah, it does.
You require 57.
So if Kurt does take 57 out here, Rhys shouldn't feel too bad.
Game show on the
Because he
fifth
was
leg.
never going to get a shot anyway.
So Parry makes it 3-2 in his favour.
Sixth leg
He's
is
the
Rhys to
man
throw
that's a leg
first.
away from
Game on.
getting the job done.
You know, we were talking about goalkeepers earlier. Rhys gets another bounce out off his
35.
own flight. I think Kurt would have made a great goalkeeper with a name like Parry.
Yes.
48.
He's tall, strong. The kind of person who could probably grasp onto the crossbar and make it bend, and it's
65.
happened again 3 times in 3 visits.
$55.
He was probably feeling a bit tentative there. His aggressive style sometimes does yield collisions.
96.
They've both had darts on the floor. It's just part of the game these days, especially when your angle of attack is like this.
60.
And this could be getting away from Rhys Colley.
Getting away from him quick as well. Kurt Parry,
58.
for once, in terms of a setup turn, hasn't been able to deliver any hard fire ammo. Colley, just the one
95.
big power trouble. Leaves himself at a finish, but still leaves himself susceptible.
100. Ratio for 161.
Kurt is displeased with only a ton. Should have gone for the ball with that last dart. That's a mistake.
144.
Big mistake.
Yesterday's session was finished off a 144 checkout, and that was against
96.
Kurt Parry by
Ratio
Ted
required
Evans, but Parry
120.
cannot respond in kind. This to take us all the way. Options here. Decided to persevere with the treble 20. There was an option for ball
100.
there,
It required
but that could be
48.
the end of the session for Rhys Colley. It could be the end of the day, and it could be a day which sees Kurt Parry in 2 points clear at the top of the group.
Game
A sweet
shot
16
and
points for
that's
Kurt Parry at the
Kurt
top of Group A.
Parry.
The bookmaker's favourite to win the week and the beginning of proceedings in Group A has now asserted his authority. A 4-2 win for Kurt Parry against Rhys Colley to end the day. And we're going to hear from Kurt alongside myself and Paul Nicholson on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Tuesday's action has come to a close, and it's been another exciting session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Ted Evans, who led the group overnight, having won all 5 games on Monday, only picked up the solitary win. He's now in a race just to get into Group B, whilst Kurt Parry and Rhys Colley, well, they won their first 4 games of the session. They were fighting it out in the last match to see who would complete the card and go top of the table overnight. It was Kurt Parry that would win that game 4-2. He has a 2-point cushion from Rhys Colley in second. Ted Evans is in third, but Darren Brown is lurking over his shoulder. It's been another good day as well for Dave Wazowski. 3 wins from 5 for him. Ektora Stilianu is still awaiting that first win here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Happy to say that alongside myself and Paul Nicholson here in the studio is Kurt Parry, who completed the card. 5 wins out of 5 for him on Tuesday. I can imagine it's a case of you're happy with the results, but maybe in terms of performances, there was just a little bit more out there.
Yeah, definitely. It's you come here to win, and I have today, but frustrated with my performances and how I've played, and just feel like I can do more.
In terms of the frustration, what in particular stands out for you?
Just inconsistent legs scoring-wise. My doubles, we all know, let me down quite a lot, but I've seemed to tighten them up a bit. Don't miss quite as many, but a lot of 60s and 59s, and I did it a lot of 5s, especially in that last game, a lot of 5s, which is quite unlike me, but just trying to tighten up and do what I know I can do.
Were there a lot of players in the practice room today feeling more comfortable than yesterday?
I think so, yeah. It's a good group in there as well, which helps. So when we go back there, it's a little bit easier. You can relax and sort of enjoy it a bit more. But yeah, it's been tough as well. So we take it as it is.
How important was it to get out the gate very quickly? Because if Ted won that first match, he would have had a lot of breathing space at the top of the table. But in fairness to you, you really just shut him down, didn't you, in that first game?
Yeah, well, that was sort of when I was in the hotel last night, I was thinking to myself, I need to win those first 2 games of the day, get back for yesterday, and then just see what happens. And I'm not surprised how well I played against Ted, because I know I can do it. But yeah, I didn't expect it as quick and first game of the day as well.
You were talking about inconsistencies, Kurt, but we looked at some numbers from earlier today. You were still the best percentage-wise on doubles yesterday of anybody at 40%, which is the benchmark of world-class player. But does it make you feel better today knowing that your range from top average to bottom average was tighter? Because yesterday it was around sort of 25 points from top to bottom, whereas today it was a lot tighter than that.
Yeah, it does in that sense, but I know I can do better, like more, like the 107 I had yesterday. I can do more of that. I'm just not doing it at the minute. And I think that's what's frustrating, because I know I can. But like for everyone, it's doing it in game in, game out. That's what we want to do, but it doesn't happen. But it'd be nice if we could.
Is it one of those middle ground things? Because you know the ceiling that you have and you know what you can do, but like any player, they can't find that A game 100% of the time. Is it possibly for you finding that B game which you can just be a little bit more happier with potentially?
Yeah, I think so. It's just feeling comfortable. I don't really feel comfortable the last 2 days. I don't know what it is, because it's not the stage and that. I enjoy coming here and playing, but just in myself, I don't feel comfortable, and I think that's when the frustration comes out then. I think if I feel a bit more comfortable, I not relax, but I don't feel as stressed as if things are going wrong, if that makes sense.
Does that stress stem from the expectation that you have from yourself, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's more what I know I can do and not doing it, and maybe feeling like I should start now. You know, you can't just, for me, underperform and feel like I'm underperforming. You can't keep it going, because it's frustrating. It's just wanting to play like you can.
Is it a good thing, in a strange sort of way, that we've seen today Ted having a 4-point cushion, and you now have the lead at the top, and knowing that Ted has played brilliantly on Tuesday, only got 1 win, but he's been caught. Does that give you extra impetus tomorrow morning to make sure that you're sharp from the off?
Yeah, because I think after yesterday, Ted played well yesterday, but he had a lot of people missed, and he had that bit of fortune yesterday where he didn't have that today. But it could turn on me tomorrow, you know. It's one of those that, even though I've won the card today, it goes to show Ted won it yesterday, picked up one game today. It could happen to me tomorrow. I hope not. I hope I carry on winning, but each day is different. You know that yourself. It can never be the same. It'd be nice if we could, but we just have to take it as we wake up.
He's absolutely right, because in this series, we've seen Adam Savada have 3 perfect days and not win the week. So, yes, it's great winning 5 games today, but that's all part of the big picture, making sure that you're in position to win the group and then get to Saturday. Once that's out the way, Saturday's a different beast.
Well, Kurt, we'll have another chat with you in just a second, but myself and Paul are going to round out everything else that has happened today. And I think there's only one place to start, and that's Ted Evans. How contrasting 2 days can be. He actually played better today than he did yesterday, but was just unable to pick points up.
Yeah, flashes of brilliance. I love the 22 dart burst that he had, the 10 dart followed by the 12, which gave him the 170 checkout. He was doing good things, but this game is all about timing. Finding great finishes is one thing, but finding them when you really need them, which is the most important thing, which is getting the game finished. That was something he couldn't do today. And he had to wait until game 5 to get 2 points on the board. 2 crucial points, because if he didn't get those, he wouldn't be winning this table.
And it's one of those scenarios, particularly the game against Dave Wazowski. Yes, he averaged in excess of a ton, but it was a game that he had in the palm of his hands.
Yeah, at one point, we mentioned that on a 136 checkout opportunity, if he hits the 888, that would have been a personal best average anywhere. So anywhere on the Pro Tour, here and beyond. So he was within touching distance of a lifetime performance, and then it's a game that he loses. This game has got a roller coaster attached to it.
In terms of Rhys Colley, we know that he was playing inspired today, and he managed to find different ways to claw the 4 wins that he got out. He showed real battling spirit, didn't he, really?
Yeah, I think Rhys has definitely got that in spades. I think when it comes to today, obviously he wanted to get the perfect day for his own reasons, but he's very much part of the battle for Group A, and that was the most important thing for him, I think, in the grand scheme of things. But the way he was able to grind out some 7-leg thrillers 3 times in a row just goes to show what he can do.
And a much better day as well for Dave Wazowski. 3 wins from 5 and some really good finishing as well.
Well, I don't mean to use Rhys's nickname here, but it was Wazowski that caused chaos. He was taking out ton plus finishes against everybody today and saying, what have we got to do to get rid of this guy? And he showed real determination considering what he went through in losing his first game by 4 legs to 3 after being 3-0 up. It just goes to show the resilience that he's got.
And it's an interesting complexion when you have a look at the league standings. Obviously, we know Kurt is at the top, but you have a look at it, you got the race to top it and the race for Group B, both looking very competitive this week.
Yes, but I don't think anybody in this table, apart from Ectorus, is feeling somewhat comfortable. Kurt's sitting right next to me, and I'm not ashamed to say that because of the knowledge that there was a 4-point cushion overnight for Ted, Kurt will feel, because of that he's going to have to start better than Ted did today. Meaning, if he doesn't, Ted is the kind of person who can bridge that gap if he starts well.
So, top of the table, going into what do you feel like you need to do to get the job done when it comes to the end of Wednesday?
Just be a bit more consistent. It's going to be important to win my first game. I think that's going to be to set me sort of instead for the day. I think if I lose our first game, it's going to be a bit of a battle then to try and keep the top spot. But I know it's not going to be easy. Whoever I play tomorrow, they're gonna be gunning for me, and they're gonna want to beat me.
Well, what we will say, just to give you an indication of what you got coming tomorrow, your game 3 in round 1, you've got Ectorus first, and you get maximum information based on what everybody else is doing. Is that a good thing for you?
I don't think so. I think round to round, it can change massively. You know, I know I'm playing Ectorus my first game, but he could cause madness tomorrow and be comfortable and smash a couple of us and put a real upset in, you know. So I'm not taking any game lightly. I just want to perform. I want to feel comfortable, and I just want to try and top the group.
Well, Kurt, many congratulations on today. Thank you for popping up and joining us, Nico. Always a pleasure to be in your company. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV for the rest of the day. And because we've got an early finish, we've got a bit of bonus content for you. The story of Gerwyn Price, the 2021 PDC World Champion, will be in discussion about his life and times. That's the bonus programming coming up on Pluto TV next. And then after that, we also have the grand finals of the ADC Global Championship. That took place in December last year. The likes of Bradley Brooks, Daryl Pilgrim, Devin Peterson, Adam Lipscomb, they are all in action in that. That'll take you through the afternoon and into tea time. But it's the morning entertainment that will be focused on from 9:30 tomorrow afternoon as Group A comes to a close. But as far as Tuesday is concerned, well, it was Ted Nevitz in terms of results, but it's Kurtz who curtailed his run at the top. It's Parry in control going into tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. We've got a brilliant start of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's another